Matchday Live, the buildup
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
There we go. Welcome to NUFC Talk TV. Thank you very much for your patience out there in viewer lands. Yep, I've rushed to get here after work. Just finished, and there was some software things to sort out. That's all sorted now, so we are live. Thank you very much for joining us on this very important day for Newcastle United. Plenty of comments coming in already, so please keep them coming. Want to hear what you think about this game today. Like I say, thank you very much for waiting for us. And if you want to become a member, please do for $4.99 a month. If you can give us a super chat, hey David, then by all means do that to guarantee a comment from for being read out, and we'll get to that once you do. But yeah, we are live. We are going to talk about Brighton, and yeah, it's like I said, it's a massive game. I mean, before I get into the details, how are you feeling about this, Peter?
Well, I can't say I'm confident, but massive game, like you say, Dave. Reckoning. It feels like the final reckoning, possibly, but massive game. So it's going to be intriguing to see how it pans out.
The final reckoning, like you said, we need Tom Cruise for this one. You know, I think we might do. If anyone see the final reckoning, let us know what you thought of that. I thought it was a bit of a letdown, personally. Mm-hmm. So hopefully today is not going to be a letdown. I mean, I just want to go through some of the comments here from you good people while you've been in there. So yeah, great, Michael. How are the lads? And I've got Monkey saying that Pope's a liability. I'd rather see Ramsdale in goal. Yeah, but we'll get to that, mate. Troll says keep Botman on the bench. So keep Botman on and bench Burn. Sorry, he is a liability. Now he is out of position all the time as a left back and a centre back. Jordy says, lads been out on the lash again. No, mate, I haven't been out yet on the lash. Like I said, it's been a whirlwind. I've been at work this morning. So yeah, ready to go now, mate, on Match Day Live. And thank you very much for joining us.
This is tea that I've got, mate.
Yeah, I've had a cuppa, and I'll be getting another cuppa soon after this. Love me tea. So Lee McFarlane says, as much as a new manager might turn things around, they wouldn't get much time to do it before fans will be in their back too. Could spiral even more out of control. I suppose Spurs is a good maybe case study for that point of view. Although I would say that, you know, on the other side, I think Eddie Howe, I think he isn't far away from it being maybe a full-blown crisis if we don't get off to a good start next season, if he is still here. Yeah, fun times indeed, mate. And Michael there says Pope, Miley, Chow, Byrne, Hall, Tonali, Bruno, Joe Linton, Gordon, Walter and Wissa is his lineup. So we'll get the lineup as well as to what we think. Keep them coming, people. Thank you very much. So yeah, I want to just mention first about, well, kind of the press conference and also what Craig Hope was saying. And, you know, I don't want to maybe dwell too much on Eddie Howe per se, but he is the big talking point as well today. And a lot of the stuff coming out from the press conference and from Craig Hope after the Matfin Hall meeting is that Eddie Howe retains the backing, and that it's also fluid. And if we go on and lose the next 4 games, then things could change. Personally, like, I find it amazing that they haven't made their minds up firmly. You know what I mean? I just think like it's bordering on amateurish that we are looking at transfer targets, and those targets are clearly going to be in sync with the manager we have right now, Eddie Howe. And Craig Hope said as well that all the targets are set. It's literally set in stone now who the top first choices are. So they're ready to go. So okay, that means that Eddie Howe's your man, but not if we lose the next 4 games. So how do those targets then figure into the plans of a new manager if you decide after the next 4 games that actually Eddie Howe isn't the man? Like to me, I just think it's really poor from a setup with the likes of Ross Wilson and the new CEO Hopkinson, who were supposed to be high level operators. You know, I'm really just a bit dismayed, to be honest. And again, I really say this with a heavy heart because I think Eddie Howe was a class act, and whatever happens, I will be sad when he's not at Newcastle because I really like him as a man. He comes across really well, but yeah, I think to be putting all the eggs in one basket, but also and ahhing about it still as to what I do, I think is just poor. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah. So last week, I said it on the Wednesday show, I was the Booklamers. I'm just noticing the comments there.
Yeah, we'll see how many miles the lads put into there, mate.
Yeah.
100 miles or so we certainly need. Cheers, mate.
Exactly. Cheers, gamer. So yeah, I think with the Matfin Hall meeting, like you say, with what's coming out from that and Eddie's words, and yeah, it does look all set for a summer with Eddie, with Ross Wilson, like you say, transfer targets already drawn up. It seems to me like are they kind of underestimating the severity of this downturn in form this season? It feels like they are. I just wonder, we were talking on Wednesday as well about the setup with the board and how you've got Hopkinson as the CEO, and then you've got Ross Wilson as the director of football. You've got Nixon, who's been there a long time, as I think chief scout. Bunt is performance director. But when you think about it, and this is what we were saying on Wednesday, that Hopkinson is a commercial man. So if we're going to put it plainly, I don't think he's a quote unquote football man, right? So when I started thinking about that, I started thinking it's maybe a bit of a strange setup. And I know maybe I'm more used to the old school setup where you go back to Freddie Shepherd and you've got a chairman there who, like him or lump him, like he knew he would argue he knew his football. He'd watched football as a football fan, and he's making decisions with a little bit of knowledge there to back it up. And you kind of agree or disagree with what he'd done in terms of those decisions. But it was a bit more of an orthodox setup, I would say. I just wonder with this setup now, because of what's coming out as well, like you say, from this meeting they've had, would it not be let us know in the chat, but would it not be wise to maybe have someone in between, like Ross Wilson and then also Hopkinson? Because Ross Wilson he's in the dressing room all the time. He's with Eddie, with the players, as is James Bunce. They're kind of like a team. They are one big team, and that's on one hand, yeah, that's great for the togetherness, and they're all in sync, and that's brilliant. But then that doesn't really bode well if Ross Wilson is expected to then turn around and say to Hopkinson, yeah, you need to sack Eddie, who I've just been having a bit of banter with the lads in the dressing room about 20 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Like, how inclined is he then going to be ruthless enough to make those calls? Because as I say, they seem quite close as a setup.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's strange. I do find it strange. I was trying to get my head around the idea last week of like maybe going again with Eddie, like with the vibes that were coming out last week, with them looking to back Eddie Howe, and I was trying to kind of persuade myself to go with that, But I'm starting to doubt that if that's the right call now. I think they're underestimating, like I say, the damage that's been done. Yeah.
Got Michael there saying it's match day, get behind the lads, dump the negativity. Yeah, so I get that as well, Michael. I do get it, but there is a backdrop, obviously, to the game, and I think it's something that I wanted to mention because I'd watched the press conference and I had heard the report or listened to Craig Hope and others speak about the backdrop to this game, and yeah, but yeah, hopefully we will win. And to your point, I'm going to come to some of the comments here that are more specific to the game itself. I know Borky's heard rumours about the team, and it's kind of in line with what I think some of the journalists were saying as well. Craig Hope as well was talking about this, and we've got Lee, by the way, saying Tom Cruise is shorter than Lewis Hall. Yeah, it doesn't look good in the movies, does he? But that's movie magic for you, innit? Right? And Jules says it's a game we cannot lose. I'd sadly take a point if we lose. Eddie needs to do the right thing and step down. And I want to come on to this team here. So yeah, Borky says the rumoured team is Pope. So it'll be Miley right back, Chiao Botman centre backs, Burn left back, Tino Bruno centre mids, with Joe Linton making up the three, with front three of Willock, Asula, and Murphy. I think the only change there from Arsenal is Joe Linton, isn't it? For
Was Murphy starting?
Ramsey. No, I think
Murphy
Willock started against Arsenal.
didn't he?
So
He did, yeah.
sorry, oh yeah, Murphy did start against Arsenal as well, didn't he? With Willock. Yeah, so yeah, won't change potentially. I wouldn't really like that team. Just be a second there. Yeah. So I mean, with Brighton, I'll come on to that team in a second, what I think, but I think with Brighton, they do give you a chance, like you say, Peter, you've mentioned this before, and we need to really, I think our press, if it's going to work, it could be in this game, because Brighton obviously want to play it around you from the back. They hesitate to go long. So if we can really get in their faces and really pull off the press that obviously Eddie Howe wants to play, that we are synonymous with when we are at our best, then I think we can catch them off guard and stifle them from playing their football. Because once they do get into midfield and once they get into your own half, I think that they do play really well, don't they? That obviously they're in really good form. And I know it's Spurs, but when I watched Brighton against Spurs that time a few weeks ago, they look really dangerous. And they should have won that game. So it's not an easy one today. And if we're going to turn this around, we have to turn up. There's not going to be an easy win, I don't think. Do you think we can damage Brighton and we can stop Brighton, Peter?
Well, like you said, they do take liberties, definitely, at the back. They hold on to the ball for as long as, well, I was going to say as long as possible. I think what they do is they hold on to it to give themselves that way out to play from the back. And they'll play in patterns that way to get the ball into the midfield. So, yeah, I think that is the area I would be looking to try and pounce when they do hold on to it for too long. And because it is a tricky game. Once they do get the ball forwards into that midfield area, that's when they are really incisive and they quicken up the tempo.
Yeah.
And they can cut through you that way. So try and get them when they are dilly-dallying on the ball in defence before they get to that point. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And see what Minte does as well. Obviously, he's a danger. He's pacey as hell. I think his final ball, is erratic. He's still learning, I think, Minte. And yeah, I think if Dan Burn is left back, then he's going to have some issues. I mean, I do think, generally speaking, he does a decent job at left back a lot of the time. Even though I think that should have been and gone by now when you've got Lewis Hall there. But I think against Saka, I think Dan Burn has actually had good games, for example, against somebody like that. So you can't do well at left back at times, but when it comes to just raw pace, I mean, even Alanga 2 years ago or even was it last season as well, really gave Dan Burn a torrid time with his pace, and that's the Elang obviously that we've seen this season who's really struggled. So if they can isolate Dan Burn, then I think we're gonna have a problem. He needs that cover, and for me, I just think Lewis Hall. Okay, again, I'll take it at face value. You wanted height for Arsenal. Okay, fine, but you were losing 1-0, so therefore the set pieces and the defending of the set pieces was much less relevant at that point. So bring Lewis Hall on, didn't come on. With this one, we need to score, and yeah, we need to defend well as well. But Lewis Hall can also defend. He has had good games defensively. So for me, I would have Lewis Hall in at left back. Yeah, what would you do, Peter, on that side?
Yeah, I think with Eddie Howe, has he not got enough problems on his plate already without having to create a whole new one with dropping Lewis Hall and all of the scrutiny that comes with that kind of decision? Like,
Yeah,
you're just making it harder for yourself. I think it feels like a really strange one, that, for me.
yeah,
So yeah, I would play Lewis Hall, and I think, like you say, he's been brilliant this season, and that's not just going forwards; that's defensively as well. Okay, he's had the odd off game, and that you could say that was the case against Bournemouth recently. But right, okay, fine. So you ask him to put it right. In the next game, and you work with Lewis Hall to improve that side of his game, if that's what you feel is needed. To just suddenly take him out, like you say, okay, Arsenal have got the height, but then to not bring him on, and then to not start him today if he doesn't start. Like I say, I just think Eddie is digging a hole for himself here. It just feels like a really strange one to me.
yeah, yeah. And Gamer says, love Dan Burn as a person, but he just isn't good enough anymore. And he is, some would say legend, some would say cult hero, whatever title you want to use. He's been massive for us since he's been here, hasn't he? And his leadership isn't in question. So, and I appreciate Eddie Howe maybe is thinking about leadership in these difficult times. He wants as many leaders out there as possible to galvanize and to organize. So I understand that, but yeah, like you say, it's I think work on Lewis Hall and training defensively, and then let him put it right in the game defensively. Because Lewis Hall, I think, him and Bruno have been our best players by far this season. And it might be Hall, you never know. We'll see, obviously. But yeah, the rumours, have been since yesterday that it looks like it'll be Burn. We will certainly
Massive
see.
call.
Say again?
Yeah,
You think Hall?
that's a massive call if he does
Massive
that.
call. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it really is. It really is. And yeah, I think with the midfields, Joe Linton's going to come back, isn't he? I might be wrong. Sit here and, eat my words if I'm wrong, but I'll be very surprised if Joe Linton doesn't come back in. And again, I would play Ramsey personally because, and I know Ramsey wasn't great against Arsenal. He hasn't been great lately. Against Bournemouth, he was okay, but like the team, he's not at his best. But in this game against Brighton, we're the home team and we need to score goals and we need to create. And I just think, you need the likes of Ramsey in there who, when it comes to the final third, can offer that bit more. And also can get around Brighton's press that they'll put on us as well. And he can spin their players in tight situations. Whereas Joe Linton, it's more about winning a free kick, I think, than actually turning in and creating and making incisive passes. And I've said before, I think Joe Linton's a brilliant player to have in the squad, but to play in certain games as and when, not in every single game whenever he's fit. And I'm saying this with the 4-3-3. If it was my choice, I'd play the 4-2-3-1. I'd have Tonali and Bruno as the two. I would have Ramsey as the left winger, coming inside as well. Voldemort at number 10, because Voldemort and Ramsey as linking up, if Ramsey cutting in, I think would work really well. I think they'd combine really well. And then I'd have Wissa up front, and it's a bit gun-ho, but I'm tempted to say I would have Asula on the right wing, and in a four, if you like. I know it's a bit more riskier, but what would you do, Peter? Would you play Asula on the right? If so, what formation would you play?
Well, I honestly don't think you've got a choice. I think you have to. You cannot play. You can't play Elanga and you can't play Murphy. That's just the way I look at it. I mean, again, today is their chance to go and prove me wrong on that, and I'm bloody well hoping they do. So, like like everyone's saying in the chat, how are the lads? Basically, that's the ethos for today. I'm trying to not be a doom monger, but you're asking me who would I play right wing. I from what we see as fans from the outside, Elanga and Murphy for me just wouldn't be in the picture. So yeah, I think Asula. Maybe you could play Barnes there. I guess you could play Barnes right and then Ramsey left, or maybe Gordon. But Asula's done well, and you kind of want to reward that, don't you? Because he will have his tail up, I think, and he's got that liveliness to him that I think can create a bit of a spark. So I'd be tempted to go 4-4-2. You know what? It also depends on Brighton. So, I would have to have a look. I would see what Brighton are playing. Who are they playing in midfield in terms of, like, is it the three in the middle? Are they playing two in the middle? Can you get away with two in midfield against the three? But my main issue is I'd want to play two strikers. Or, I'd want to play one up front and then someone just behind in the number 10. So whether that is 4-4-2 or whether that is 4-3-1-2, because I've thought about that as well, the Keegan formation.
Yeah.
When Michael Owen played behind Martins and Viduka, which, albeit very briefly, worked absolute wonders. It worked a treat. So I'd be looking at something like that. And yeah, I think I'd be looking to get Voldemort and Wissa on the pitch today.
And when you saw that cameo against Arsenal with them two linking up, and yeah, Wissa blazed it over. Poor finish, but he hasn't played, has he? And you want to just give him a run so that he can get into those positions a lot more and then potentially put some away. I know Eddie Howe said that Wissa hasn't been able to deliver what we know he can because of fitness. And he has struggled to get up to speed fitness-wise, on the training ground, I'm assuming. Is that not a bit strange? I know it's a difficult injury. It was a hard knock, you know what I mean? It was a knee injury, wasn't it? And I think it was the first time he had an injury like that in his career. So, I have sympathy. It's the way it turned out is just typical Newcastle. Do you know what I mean? He'd never been injured, turns up, signs in the dotted line last second, and then all of a sudden goes to Congo and gets injured. It's like I say, so typical. But once he's came back, and I think they were hinting that, maybe he's rushed back because he's so enthusiastic to get on the pitch and show us what he could do. Maybe it was a bit early when he came back, but it's been a while now, hasn't it? And I just find it strange that fitness, is an issue. Why would fitness be an issue? And if it's purely match sharpness, then why not start? And again, you might revert to Asula. I appreciate Asula. The last few games has done well. He scored goals, so I understand how how can you argue against that in one way? But we are talking over a long period. And I find it kind of ties in with Eddie Howe's conservative nature, where he waits and waits and waits and waits, and like I say, he could have gave Wissa a longer run now, so we can give a proper judgment. He can actually get his fitness up and his match sharpness up to full speed, and then we can judge.
Yeah. Yeah, as frustrating as he's been, Wissa, when he has came in this season, I'm not going to give up on Wissa being a success at Newcastle. I think next season is the season where you hope he will come good. I totally appreciate like when he's been given a chance more often than not this season. He's been really bad, like really underwhelming in terms of like I think not just being ineffective, but you could argue his body language hasn't been great. He's, you know what I mean. He's kind of like not giving off very good vibes.
Yeah.
His heads went down quite easy, but no, I mean, I think over the summer signings, people are talking about which ones you're gonna keep, which ones you're gonna write off. Honestly, I would like to see Wissa um, be given another chance, and I think the end of this season is an opportunity to kind of see something from Wissa
Mm.
before you get to the summer, and just allow him to give us a bit of a reminder as to what he is capable of, what he
Mm.
did do for Brentford. That he can't transfer that across to
Yeah.
Newcastle because he was a fox in the box
Yeah.
for them. You can't get away from that. He scored 20 goals,
It's
so
19. Aye.
19, aye, yeah. So
Mhm.
surely we've got to get something from him, haven't we? He's a goal scorer, so I don't think you don't just give up on that. So that's why I'm keen to see him.
Yeah.
Today hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I think I'd be looking to have him next season potentially as a backup striker in a 4-2-3-1. So let's use Nicholas Jackson. He's not everyone's cup of tea. Appreciate that, but let's say Nicholas Jackson, a pacey, strong striker who can hold up the ball but also run in behinds, and obviously score goals. Somebody like that with Wissa as the backup, and then Voltemada in the number 10, and then we can buy another new signing to be the backup to Voltemada in that 10 position. That would be my thinking going forward for next season. And there's a few questions I want to touch upon. First of all, Christopher Hosking saying, question, guys, we are sleepwalking into the bottom three um, this board, and see you're no joking about football. To see your no relegation happens in the UK. I mean, I agree that we are sleepwalking. I really do think like it. I think it's a bit. Is it naive? Is it just the blinkers being put on? But I know Spurs, it is kind of unlikely they're going to win their games, but they don't need to win all their games. They need to win 3 out of 4, which again, I know, going off form is unlikely. But football is football, isn't it? It throws up these weird things. And if
Yeah.
Spurs have literally just won, they've popped the balloon. They've won their
that-
first game of 2026. That could
Yeah.
really give them a surge, couldn't it?
Aye. That is what they're hoping for. You're saying like what, the 3 out of the 4, and people will say it's not likely, but that is what their aim is. They've brought in De Zerbi to do that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like it's not beyond the realms of possibility at all. So that Tottenham will go on a run. I think West Ham look like they've got good spirit about them. They're up for the fight. I think they've got a chance of staying up. So absolutely, we are sleepwalking. And like I say, I mean, after the Arsenal game, after the kind of looking at the lineup and looking at the league table after that, with those two teams winning, I just had this gut feeling that as much as I love Eddie Howe and what he's done for Newcastle, and as much as I've wanted to see him turn it around, I've been willing to take a lot of knocks this season because of what he's done for the club and give him that leeway, because I think it was warranted. I think he earned that. But now I think there is a kind of barometer, isn't there? There's a line in the sand maybe that you have to have. And after that Arsenal match and looking at the league table, I had this gut feeling. I just thought, I'm not sure if the board have got a choice in this. Like, you have to stop the rot, and you have to kind of look ahead to next season and weigh things up And is it not sort of negligence to not at least put the feelers out there for maybe another option for a different manager? It's just to compare at least to Eddie and weigh things up,
Mm,
So if we're not doing that, then yeah, we are sleepwalking a little bit.
mm. Yeah, and I think the players need to really wake up and do it for themselves, do it for the club, do it for Eddie Howe, whatever they think at the moment. I think obviously Eddie Howe's done a lot for those players over the years, and he supported those players and gave them a lot of leeway, so they owe him. I think a lot of those players do. And they need to give themselves a jolt, because I want us to do it. I don't want to rely on Spurs and West Ham, even if it might come to that. But like I say, I'm uncomfortable doing that. We need to step up ourselves and put any fears aside. And Jody Dan says, I'd take a draw with this game, anything to settle the relegation fears. And I think I agree, really. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a point on the board, isn't it? And it's just it, it's a big point, really. And especially if Spurs and West Ham don't win, then it just gives us that breathing space where that might be enough.
Yeah.
And we've got Connor there saying Piff have arrived at the ground. Is this adding more pressure on Eddie Howe? I mean, maybe. I think obviously he's had the meeting, hasn't he? And I think he'll go off that. I think he'll gauge the vibes that he got from them. And don't get us wrong. I think they're professional. I think it seems that Piff are, professional about it. They might ask hard questions, but they're not going to be pointing the finger and making it a hostile atmosphere and things like that. I think it seems like they're very thorough, and yeah, it's very much like a business setup, isn't it, in that way? So I think Eddie Howe will just be cracking on, and I think he's got a good relationship with the owners, and he'll know that it doesn't mean he won't be sacked for certain. But I think because he's got that good relationship, there's that respect there, and I think he'll just crack on. I think it's more with the fans, really. I think we need to start well and get some goals, and if we go behind and the fans are unhappy, then that's where the pressure will come from. And to be fair, that's where Piff might start feeling it themselves. But to me, I just think I've said before, they need to be above any of that. And at least at this point now, they've got enough information to go off to make a calculated, informed decision as to what they want to do, and really plant their flag in the sand and stand by that. And to be waiting on how it goes next 4 games, I think is just a bit ridiculous, really. What do you think, Peter? Do you think Piff arriving adds any more pressure?
Possibly. It will depend, won't it, on exactly what was said in the debrief at Matfin Hall. Yeah. So depending what the vibe was, then maybe it will bring more pressure. Only Eddie Howe kind of can answer that one. But it's a strange one. It's a really delicate situation, it feels like, because on one hand, it does seem like they want to back Eddie. That's the vibes coming out, that they want to do all they can to go again and rebuild with Eddie. But there is also probably an acknowledgement that, like Eddie Howe has said in his press conference, by the same token, you can't just keep losing game after game after game. So, yeah, I think today is massive. If Newcastle lose, I just don't understand. It would be difficult to kind of see what choice they have looking to next season as to like how do you go again? How do you refresh things? Because now we've watched football long enough to know when the rot sets in, and I mean, I'm surprised with Eddie in terms of, like, he said in the press conference that he's ready to go again. He's full of energy. Doesn't need to reinvigorate himself and go on a long break or anything like that. So, kind of surprised at that, to be honest, because I am getting the Bournemouth vibes from when they went down in that season, in his last season there, and that will be my worry for next season. But if Eddie was to stay, as much as I as I say, as much as I love Eddie, how much respect I've got for him, it's getting into a delicate situation now. I think PIF have to be careful, as I said, that they don't underestimate the, as I say, the severity of this this downturn in form this season.
Mm. Well, Davy's there, all right, Davy, in the chat says they might notice the change in atmosphere in the ground. And I think that is one thing, I suppose, when you're looking at next season as well. You know, if we're not doing well today against Brighton and the fans are unhappy and it's one thing hearing about how things are going. It's another thing feeling it in the grounds. And if they feel it, then, yeah, they might look at it and go, okay, well, there is a problem here, and we don't want this to overspill in the next season, or we're definitely sure that won't happen. So maybe from that point of view, it adds a bit more pressure. Yeah, I think Brighton as well. It's going to be tough because they're going for Europe, aren't they? And it's really tight. And all of our games, we are playing teams who have something to play for. More than likely, anyway. We'll see by the end. But Fulham at the moment are going for Europe. Obviously, Nottingham Forest and West Ham, fighting for their lives, and they're looking to bring us down with them where they are on the table. So, yeah, I think that's the issue, is that like there's no teams who are playing on the beach. So Brighton are going to be coming up here and really trying to do their best to get the 3 points to get European football. What about goalkeeper today? So Nick Pope came back against Arsenal. And I think, again, I was listening to Craig Hope, and, he was saying how if you take away the mistake, Nick Pope did look solid, and that the back line feels more confident with him in goal, because he can make saves that perhaps Ramsdale can't. That's what some people think. And I agree to an extent in that I do think Pope does pull out some saves out the bag a bit more than Ramsdale. I was going to say experience, maybe he's not that much older, but he makes himself big, Pope, when he wants to. And he does make some really good saves here and there because of that. But obviously, he had that clanger. We're playing at St James's Park. The fans might be on edge. I think Christina, I heard her talking, I forgot, it was last night, saying she does not want that feeling watching the game where the ball goes in behind us. And the first thought is, oh God, Nick, please don't. So you don't want that to be spilling out in the ground. What do you think, Peter, for the goalkeeper situation today against Brighton?
Yeah, so again, I don't get it really. I don't understand putting Nick Pope back in. And I think he'll stick with Pope today. But it's all well and good saying if you take away the mistake, you've done all right against Arsenal. But the mistake happened. We can't take that away. That is what happened in the match, and he's done that countless times this season. So again, I feel like he's making things hard for himself, Eddie Howe here. I think by making these calls, like we've said about Lewis Hall, and then again with Nick Pope, I just feel Ramsey is a bit more reliable. Yeah. He's better with his feet, and he pulled off a quality save against Palace, didn't he? Was it not a double save he'd done? He's capable. I think he's a good shot stopper.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Again, maybe not the long-term solution. Maybe he is a bit erratic. He likes to kind of jump around on his line around the 6-yard box. And okay, I know he maybe flaps at a few crosses as well, but I just can't accept the clangers that I've seen from Popey this season. Unfortunately, that's why I'd stick with Ramsdale.
I mean, in terms of the crowd and stuff, I do think it'll be a good atmosphere, at least to begin with. And I think, get behind Nick Pope and the lads. And I think against Bournemouth, I wasn't there, but from what I heard, it wasn't the worst of atmospheres. The worst, they were singing, Eddie Howe's Black White Army. And I think, considering the circumstances, the crowd trying to get behind the team. So I do think that will be the case again today, just how the game unfolds, isn't it?
Yeah.
What about left wing? Who would you play left wing? So Gordon might be back. So Eddie Howe was very happy at that prospect that Gordon might be back to be available today. Ramsey started last time out left wing. Harvey Barnes is an option. Anybody else you can think of? But what would you do, Peter?
I'd be tempted to play Ramsey left, but the problem with that is if you are playing this 4-5-1 formation, I'm not going to call it 4-3-3 because in my mind it's not. I think that's a bit of a cop out, or it's 4-5-1 in my mind. So if that's what they're going to go with, then Ramsey could do well, I think, on that left hand side. But the issue there is you've got Toon Army and Bruno in the middle. Who then goes next to them? I'm not too keen on putting J7 straight back in. I think Miley is needed at right back. So who do you put in if Ramsey's not there? I think he might be needed in the middle as more of a priority. So in that case, I'd put Barnes left wing. Yeah, I think if you look at the season overall between Barnes and Gordon, I think Barnes has shown a bit more than Anthony Gordon from that left-hand side. For me, Gordon's best performances have came from up front. So, yeah, I'd go for Harvey Barnes.
In the 4-5-1, and then you'd have Ramsey with Tonali and Bruno in the middle, and Miley right back. Aye. Yeah, I think it's hard. If we're playing that formation, it's hard to argue, really. What about up front? So in that formation, who would you play up front?
In that formation, I'd go with Wissa. And I'd put Asula on the right side. On the right side of the attack with Barnes left, Asula up front. Sorry, Wissa up front. Yeah, Wissa up front, Asula right, Barnes left, Ramsey, Bruno, and Tonali. But I would like to see the formation change, to be honest. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's another discussion, isn't it? So
yeah, like we see it against Arsenal. Voldemort came on, played that lovely ball. It's great. I mean, Eddie Howe himself said it was a glimpse that maybe there could be a partnership there. So is he hinting that they'll play it together today? I hope he is, because that's what I'd do. And that's what I would have done a while ago. I remember, honestly, on this channel, I was literally saying at the start of the season, once we got Wissa through, I said, when he's fit after his injury, as soon as he is fit, that the burning question will be, when is he going to play Voldemort and Wissa together? Right? That's the elephant in the living room, you know. And to my mind, that was something that you couldn't really ignore because of the profile of Voldemort. You know, and how it seemed obvious early on that he was a player who needs somebody to play with and to bounce off. So, I'm just disappointed that we haven't seen that up until now when there's only 4 games left. Better late than never, so you might as well do it now. And he said those words. Maybe he will, but does a leopard change its spots, you know? And I think would he just go with what he in his mind is a tried and trusted 4-5-1, 4-3-3. And I understand then having the pace down the middle in that formation. So you've got runners in behind, whether it's Asula now, Gordon, like you said early on, before the last month or so, his pace alone allowed the team to play in a certain way that was more akin to what we were used to when Isaac was here. It allowed the team to function. So I understand that. But yeah, ultimately the striker ends up too isolated. So yeah, 4-4-2, 4-5-1. That's what I'd be doing.
I hope Monkey's Lass isn't watching this.
Yep. It's very harsh on you, Monkey. It's I hope she's not watching. And I appreciate your comment, mate. And Trolls there says Voldemort stopped scoring goals because he didn't get any help up top, not because he isn't a striker. Well, people seem to forget that part. Yeah, well, like I say, isolated. You know, he's got 2 centre backs on him. He's getting used to the Premier League, and he's got 2 big centre backs hustling and bustling him out the game, and it wasn't easy for him. So to me, he's a number 10. Maybe he could dovetail with a striker where one goes and take turns. That rotate that way. Maybe they could do that. But I just think if he can look forward instead of having his back to the goal, if he looks forward and sees the goal and sees someone ahead of him and runners ahead
Yeah,
of him, I think he'll come into his own then and
that's when
play
he'll
those
come alive.
passes. Yeah, yeah. And then he can
Mm.
ghost into the box. And I agree, Trolls, he can't score goals. So if he's ghosting into the box where he's harder to mark, I think he'll be able to score more goals that way. Like you say, it's a bit like Michael Owen going back to where that period where Kevin Keegan took over again. And like you say, very short-lived. So it's not in the memory bank, of many. I understand that. But Michael Owen played in that number 10 position and he was ghosting into the box unmarked. And it worked an absolute treat and he scored goals in that period. So I think Volamada, like you say, it's a similar situation. My
And
word, if he's not starting today, questions, I think. But
mm. Well,
yeah,
just
go on.
quickly as well, right on the formation. We watched Palace. Sorry, was it? We watched Nottingham Forest the other night in Europe, and they had two up front. They had Chris Wood and
Jesus.
yeah, two strikers. So I think that was 4-4-2, wasn't it? So
Well, Jesus
it,
seemed to be dropping it back a little bit, but it was ultimately two strikers there, and they were like
it
dovetailing,
was still pretty much old school because they were
Yeah, yeah,
there. They were close enough to each other to
yeah.
link up when the ball went forward. So he could link up with Jesus and vice versa. They weren't so far apart that they were disconnected. So for all intents and purposes, it was 4-4-2 basically. So
Mm,
it does come around now and again. You do see teams playing with two strikers. It's not that common. I accept that, but the
mm,
world isn't going to explode if you suddenly play two up top. I think there's this feeling where this one up front formation is kind of so ingrained in so many teams. Yeah, let's remember that you do actually see two up front from now and again sometimes, and I think again Newcastle should think about that.
mm. Yeah. The Bevis says, who's done best playing striker for Newcastle this season? Volamada. The situation is just how trying to make his signings not seem the issue. This way, it's players he didn't want. I think he's stuck on the formation, and he's also stuck on a type of striker he wants up there. So he's stuck on 4-3-3, and he's trying to convert Volamada into this striker who can press more and can run more. And I think maybe he's trying to adjust things a bit, where we're not quite full on this season as we had been in the past in terms of that press. But yeah, I don't think it's not going to work with Volamada there unless he gets the support around him. So what he needs to do is then drop the formation. And he's reluctant to do that. I know maybe he said against Sunderland, wasn't it, that he did kind of play the 4-2-3-1, and Volamada was more there. I mean, he was very deep at times. Do you know what I mean? I think it was more of a
I
number 8, but in
you see
my
that's
eyes, but he did play
well,
quite well that game.
yeah, that's why I'm not going to kind of slate Eddie too much for playing Volamada in that number 8. I think getting him on the ball was the objective there, to get him on the ball more often and get him more involved in the game, because in the one up front, when he plays up there and he's got no partner, he does get isolated, and he hasn't got the legs to kind of stretch the opposition. So yeah, I didn't mind him playing in the number 8
Mhm.
at the start of that. In the end, it was a bit of a mixed bag. I think what we got out of Volamada in that setup, like you say, probably the way it worked out is ultimately he was too deep too often. You saw
Mhm.
glimpses when he was on the ball in an advanced position where he was able to pick out players ahead of him when he came alive, and you saw the potential there.
Yeah.
But like I've said before, at the same time, you don't want to see Volamada having to track Cole Palmer back into his own box. So I think that kind of rules out the number 8 position for me.
Aye, yeah, exactly. I agree. Too much defensive responsibility to be playing that for the longer term. I agree. For a handful of games, get him back into his groove on the ball a bit. But yeah,
Like, fair enough for trying it.
yeah.
You got to find these things out,
Aye,
but yeah, I think now it's time to give him a partner up front.
aye. Just want to go through some of the comments here. So the Bevis says Barnes can shoot, but he can't do a damn thing else, unfortunately. I mean, he has went right off the boil, unfortunately. Yeah, Harvey Barnes, I've been a massive fan of his. And yeah, he's to me, he looks like a shadow of the player that he was or can be. But like you say, Bevis, I mean, ultimately, he can get a shot off here and there. He can pull something out the bag. So maybe he's the best out of a bad bunch to pick out there on the left wing. I think it hasn't helped where he's had to play right wing at times this season. But yeah, there's loads of comments coming in. We've got 180 people watching. Please, if you can hit the like button, support the channel. And if you want to become a member for $4.99 a month, and you'll get exclusive content for doing so, please do. But once again, really appreciate all your support out there. Don't take it for granted.
I appreciate the feedback from Pete, and that's a quality name as well, by the way. Pete Axe Shields. Cheers, pal. Nice feedback.
I'll have to find that. All right. You two lads are great, a breath of fresh air. I like Forker. We're just trying to find solutions rather than slagging off players. Appreciate that, mate. I'm glad you like what you hear and see. Cheers, mate. Yeah, and I think today, Welbeck, he always scores against us, you know? So
he turns into Ibrahimovic, I think, when he
does.
plays against Newcastle.
He does.
Yeah.
Aye. So he's somebody we've got to stop today. I was going to have a look this because it is 4-2-3-1 that they play, Brighton, and I was going to have a look to see if he plays, Welbeck plays in the number 10 or further forward. I think it'll be further forwards. Again, pacing behind, isn't it? Even though he's like 34 something, 35, but he's still as fit as anything and athletic and can run in behind, but also hold the ball up well. He's strong and he's got the nous, he's got the experience after all these years as to where to be and how to shrug off defenders. So he's somebody we've got to watch out for today. Who else? Obviously, Minte on the left, we discussed. I think, is it Gross? He puts in a really good cross, so we've got to stop him from getting the ball out wide and putting those crosses in as well. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting today because both teams like to press, but Brighton in particular like to play out. So our press, like I said at the start of the show, is going to be vital. And I think our best chance of a goal comes from that. I trust us to try and get something from that situation more than carving out an opening, in the middle of the park, for me. But the team is out, so let's get our teeth into that. I'll have a look, Peter. Have you got it or not?
I can see it. Yep, I've got it here. So shall I go through it?
Cheers.
Okay, so Popey is still between the sticks. So Nick Pope in goal. We've got Botman, we've got Chow, and we've got Miley. And it looks like, for left back, we have Dan Burn. So Lewis Hall is on the bench. I can see that.
Oh, God.
So midfield, we've got Murphy right, Bruno in the middle with Tonali and J7. So Joe Linton, as expected, is back. And left-hand side, I believe, is Willock. Yeah, so Willock's playing as well. And then we've got Asula, so that'll be Asula up front. So I'm guessing that is, Willock left, Murphy right, Asula up front, Bruno J7, Tonali in the middle, and then Miley right back, Dan Burn left back, Chow Botman in the middle, Nick Pope in goal. What's your first impressions, Timmy?
It's the team that was rumoured, isn't it? The one that Borky put up earlier, and yeah, so the talk about Dan Burn being in was correct, and it's the one change. I think, like we said at the start, the one isn't it? I'm right in saying Joe Linton comes in for Ramsey. Yeah, yeah, get the team at NUFC Talk TV first. Exactly, Borky. You know where to come for your exclusives. If you're a Toon fan, and yeah, I'm just digesting that, and so you see, this is the thing, right? And I don't want to be negative massively, on match day. Want to be up for it,
Yeah.
let's do Brighton with all than one, but I'm going to go back to it. Arsenal away, Dan Burn left back, set pieces, physicality, height. Okay, I'm going to accept that. I'm going to take that at face value, and it's not something I would have done particularly, but I understand there is some logic there. Okay, while you're not losing, a different story when you are losing. In second half, we're trying to get a goal. It's a different story. Not to bring them on, but okay, that was your rationale to begin against Arsenal. For this one, are Brighton a big team? I mean, to my mind, they're not any bigger than most other teams. So are they a massive threat on set pieces? I don't think so. Particularly compared to anybody else, unlike Arsenal, who are specialists in that. Now, you think defensively, yes, we do need to shore up, and I understand conceding a lot of goals, obviously losing games, you're going to be conceding goals. That's what we've been doing. And for this one, yeah, you want to be solid. And you can hope that your attacking players can then score your goals, get the creativity up the pitch. And you want that balance. But again, could Lewis Hall not actually do a good job defensively? Is he really that exposed? Is he really that incapable of putting in a good shift defensively against Brighton today? Could Eddie Howe not say to him, I want you just to adjust for the next 4 games, I need you to adjust your game a little bit. I want you to be here instead of there. I want you to drop back in this scenario instead of doing what we're doing in the past. Just so we're tighter and we can really shut them off, because it's needs must right now, with the run we're on. Could you not have done that instead?
Mm.
That's the first thought I'll say about the left back situation. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I'm thinking about Minte for Brighton. So Minte plays right, like the right side, yeah?
Yeah.
He likes to cut in, he likes to go, well, both sides. He likes to go on the outside as well. But he also likes to come in and get his shot off and link up. And is that not going to be a bit of a nightmare for Dan Burn? I mean, he's light than Minte.
Yeah.
He's tricky. He's got good acceleration. Yeah, I said at the start of the show, like, look, I don't want to be, like I said, doom-monger. It's match day. Let's get into them and let's get this win. But I just don't get why he's creating more problems for himself, it seems, by dropping Lewis Hall for this. There's already enough goings on. There's already enough things working against or going against Eddie, right now. He's ignited another fire there that he's probably going to need to put out. So, yeah, you're digging a hole for yourself, unfortunately. I mean, look, I hope I'm proved wrong and Burn has a blinder and we're sitting here loving it and we get the 3 points done and dusted. But yeah, I just can't sit here and say, yeah, I'll play Burn left back, because I would play Lewis Hall left back. And I think it's really harsh to drop him. So, yeah, maybe put Dan Burn in the middle. Like you say, if you want his leadership, which I agree, that is what you get from Dan Burn. You get that leadership whereby he will tell players, he'll give them a bollocking. He'll tell them what to do. He'll lead by example that way. And he's not afraid to maybe ruffle a few feathers. I think I've seen him give a few bollockings on the pitch this season. So, yeah, I appreciate you might want that in the team for this last kind of this run-in that we've got. In that case, drop Botman and put him there and put him next to Chow. We'll see. we'll see.
Mm.
It's I can't get my head around it. Put it that way.
Mm. Some comments here. The Bevis, good point, Tim. Cheers, mate. Shows how just talks rubbish to justify his favoritism. I just think like he's stuck in his ways, and that every manager has their ways, if you like, whether you call it favorites, whether you call it, you know, something that they fall back on, whether it's players or systems. But I just think in this run we're on, to be still stuck on these things is a lack of flexibility. And like you say, he says one thing, but I just don't think Eddie Howe, rightly or wrongly, whatever, has it in him to really commit to trying something. And I mean, it's not even trying something. Obviously, it's Lewis Hall left back. We know that Lewis Hall can play well at left back, but I think to deviate away from his trusted lieutenants, basically, and in times of need, when things aren't going well, I think he looks at the likes of Burn and leans on their leadership. But it's just a bit too, in a way, is it a bit shallow in that, you're just leaning on these qualities when there's other ideas you need to explore.
Are you not hanging him out to dry a little bit as well, Dan
Yeah.
Burn? It's he's not the quickest, but he is a very capable centre half. Put him centre half, like I say, if you want to play him.
Yeah, and again, I'll caveat the whole thing with the fact that Dan Burn has had good games left back, and he has played really well against Saka. I think a number of times, one of the best right wingers in the league. So there is that as well. I don't want to be lopsided.
He's not an absolute all-out kind of like worst kind of left back you'll ever see in the world scenario. Like, I know he's had his issues at left back. He's also had some decent games there at left back. If you think back to earlier on in the season, like Tottenham at home, I think he was really good at left back. But we're playing Brighton today. We've got Minte on the right hand side, and I just think that is a big test for Dan Burn. And I think Lewis Hall would have coped better with Minte's pace and his trickery. But obviously, we'll find out. We'll see how it pans out.
Well, Benny Boy says, without Hall, we'll have no pace on transitions. And it is that attacking threat, isn't it? And Lewis Hall bombing down on the overlap or underlap. He has the energy and also the quality once he gets the ball in the final third that obviously Dan Burn isn't going to give you.
Yeah.
So when we're going into this one, a game that we need to win, not need to win, but we're looking to win. We're looking to really make a statement, if you like to say. This terrible form is behind us now. Then you would have thought you'd want all your best attacking and technical players on the pitch there. So when we do get into the final third, like I say, at home, we can get some goals. There's a few other comments here. So Tofts says, do you think the bench is better than the first team? Well, obviously you got, you look at it, and to be fair, I think players always get better when they're on the bench, don't they? In people's eyes, I think that's something that a lot of people say, and that a player can be a poor player, and then months later they've been on the bench for that time, and all of a sudden memories think, well, actually he's not that bad, get him in, he's a good player. There is that factor as well. Like I say, Harvey Barnes on the bench has been really poor. But yeah, Wissa, Voltamada, we've done it to death. We've done it to death, but they came on, looked lively. Why would you not start them today? And maybe Hovasula on the right. Again, it's something different, but it's the Einstein. What has been played beforehand, has been played over and over again, has not worked. Why do you expect something different? Why do you expect a different result? I just think as well that, again, it goes to, I just think Eddie Howe is wedded in his ways, and I think you can transfer this to a lot of things. He has his principles and ways of working, whether it comes to trusting certain players, whether it comes to rotating, whether it comes to substitutions, maybe young players. He has his way, and again, for better or for worse, Eddie Howe has a lot of qualities, and you've got to pick your poison, because every manager has negatives. So some would say, and the board maybe would say, well, look, trust him. Going to next season, yeah, he's got his negatives, but the positives will start to outweigh the negatives. But I think it was also a case of realizing that he is what he is, you know. And again, it's pick your poison. And I think these team selections are indications that he might turn it around, but he's not going to turn it around by doing anything radical. He's going to turn it around by continuing with plan A,
Yeah.
getting rightly or wrongly, you know?
And I know it's easy for us to kind of sit here and
Yeah.
criticize and pull things apart. So I appreciate that as well. I always try and kind of temper things with that in mind. But it does feel like he's making it harder for himself than what he should be doing. He's with some of these selections that he's making. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Well, Liam's not tempering things. He says anyone who defends this lineup needs to be locked in a padded room and studied for scientific purposes. Yeah. Interesting take, mate. And I do share your bemusement, mate. I do. I like every Newcastle fan, I think. But, I mean, obviously, if you're at the ground, get behind the lads, is my message. If you're in the ground, I think I'd always say let's support them when you're there in person. You know,
Yeah.
and live up to our name. It's not easy, I know. It's not easy the way things are, but we, like I said, we do owe Brighton one. So hopefully we'll give them one today. So yeah, Thomas says, afternoon, Tim and Peter. What the F is that team selection again? Yeah, thanks for joining us, mate. We've just been talking about it. And I think we both agree that would go 4-4-2 if it was our choice. Waldemar and Wissa up front, Sula right, Ramsey left, Tonali and Bruno in the middle, Paul left back, Chow, Botman.
Well, I think you've kicked out the host there, Michael. Afternoon.
Hi, I'm the host now.
That was a quick
Sorry.
substitution.
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, what were you talking about? I assume the lineup for this terrible game that we're about to witness.
Yeah, so Timmy, he was just cut off there, getting round to the lineup. He was just finishing off the lineup that we were saying I think we would like to see instead. And yeah, I think he was about to say that Ramsdale would be the goalkeeper. So before that, you had, I'll run through it quickly. So you had Miley right back, Chow Botman in the middle, Hall left back, and we were going 4-4-2. So we were thinking maybe Asula right wing. We'd go Ramsey left. Might be a bit unorthodox, but Ramsey left wing, Bruno Tonali middle, and Big Nick and Wissa up front. So that was what Timmy was getting into there before he was rudely interrupted.
Yeah, as Monkey's saying, I'm doing a coup. Apologies to me. No, to be honest, I completely agree. I'd be looking to play a few more strikers in there. And to be honest, the same team we're playing against Arsenal, pretty much. For me, it doesn't do anything for us. I'm pretty. Well, I'll say I'm pretty fed up of seeing this lineup already. I want to see some attacking talent in there. But I'll ask the same question to Gary. What are you thinking, mate? Should we be seeing a bit more attacking talent on the field for Newcastle at the minute?
I think everybody in the comments, if I'm honest with you, listening to the Twins on the build-up, and again, thank you very much for again, your constant running of the show, if you like, on the build-up. It's very difficult to sit here and say it gives me hope. The team that has been selected today, again, it's burdened with his leadership group, and I feel as though Eddie is reliant very much on his leadership group, as if he's getting the information across to the ones he trusts more than the ones with the technical ability. And that, to me, is a worry. I don't see this team, and I mean, it doesn't matter where I look now, they seem to be playing J7 as the left winger from the information that I've been trying to source across the board here. Everybody's going with J7 as the left winger. Obviously, they'll probably rotate him and Willock. Well, they'll probably rotate him and Willock. Willock, for me, I would say he's been half decent, if you like, through the middle. He gives you a bit more of an angle if you attack the mid space. He's back. The man, the myth, the legend, also known as Tim. He's back with us. There you go, mate.
Cheers, mate. Am I allowed in? Is it okay?
Absolutely not. What are you doing here? Of course.
He cut you off in your prime, mate. I mean, if I'm honest, if I'm honest with you, I just find it a little bit hard to watch. You know, when you look at this team now, and you're looking for a little bit of, let's get at them. You know, you guys were mentioning the team that should be on the field of play. Totally agree with you. The bench, to me, if you was to put this team that's on the field of play now against the team that's on the bench, you've got to ask yourself in a game, who's going to win? Who's going to score you more goals? You know what I mean? Yes, they may concede a few more, but they'll guarantee they'll score a lot more. I just find this is a massive gamble on Eddie Howe. And I'd got us down as a draw today. I may change my prediction to a loss now.
Yeah, I'm not feeling great either myself, to be honest. I looked straight for the odds of a Brighton win afterwards, and I can tell you that they're a fair bit short of the motorway during the week. I think people were expecting a change from Newcastle, and to come out and do exactly the same thing. Well, some would say that's the definition of insanity, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. It is. I mean, you know, you look at it. I mean, I understand. You know, I think Jan was put in there. You know, you do need a leadership group to get the message across. But what Eddie needs to show, you know, it's okay having the backing of your gaffers, if you like, as that's come out in the journals. But he needs to have the backing of the supporters as well. And unfortunately, what the supporters have witnessed over this season hasn't been great entertainment, you know, and to get them on board now, it would mean, you know, yes, I understand you've got to go and try and win a game of football. There's enough footballers on the bench to change things up. But that has been my problem all season. Even though you have got a collective, technically gifted players on the bench, it never changes when you go like for like. He seems, you know, again, too late in the game for me when he tries to do something different. The only time we looked like scoring a goal against Arsenal last weekend was when he went 4-4-2. Or, you know, he played Voltemada higher up the field of play, told him to get close to Wissa, and we should have scored, if I'm honest with you, with Wissa's miss.
You know what
that is the only time.
Sorry, mate. I think the players would feel like a breath of fresh air as well. You know, I think the players would be like, I'm looking forward to this, that we're going to be playing a different formation and we're going to have different runs to make and stuff. You know, I think the players would enjoy that. I think it'll be a weight off their shoulders in terms of having to constantly do the same thing again and again and again over the last few months. And I understand, like, Eddie Howe, like, I respect in one sense that he is not bowing to pressure and he's doing what he thinks in his mind is the right thing as manager. You've kind of got to do that. I understand that to an extent, but then it's a delicate balance because it's about reading the room as well. And to your point, Gaza, the fans, they're going to be looking at that team sheet and be like, we're not chuffed with that. And we'll give them 10 minutes or so, but we want to see something good. And if it doesn't go well in the first 10 minutes, naturally we're going to be a bit disgruntled. And is it a case that Eddie Howe maybe needs to read the room a little bit? It's a delicate one, like I say, because as manager, you shouldn't really bow to any outside noise that way. But it just dovetails in the fact that you look at the results and you look at, like you say, it's Einstein. Look at just the games themselves, and we're not getting any results and performances doing the same thing with the formation in the players, if you like. So I'm trying to kind of respect Eddie Howe and his ways, if you like, but it is disappointing and really frustrating.
The way I look at it, it's like I said, when, as you just mentioned there, you know, when you look at a team sheet, the first thing you want is to try and get the crowd with you, right?
Mm.
If the crowd's going to be deflated just before they've even kicked a ball because of what Eddie Howe has chosen to go with, it's going to start a little quiet because people are going to be reserved. And like you say, people are going to be watching, can this team go and do something? Not will this team go and produce something? And that's the difference in the mentality. If you'd have gone with, like you said, a 4-2-3-1 and played Voltemade just off the front man, really have a go at Brighton, put them on the back foot a little bit in the first 20 minutes, then you're going to say to yourself, at least he's trying. He's having a go at something. But as Michael's already proved, he's already stated, to me, it just seems madness to go with the same old and expect something different. I just don't see it.
Yeah, and also for Brighton, Danny Welbeck, he will, like you say about playing someone in the hole behind the striker to cause problems that way, he will do that for Brighton. So he drops back in between the midfield and the defence, just in that zone between those two areas where he's difficult to pick up. And we saw him do damage there at the Amex earlier in the season where no one was picking him up. And you look at that and you think, well, yeah, we could do that with Voltemade. We could cause that same confusion against Brighton with a different setup, with by kind of tweaking things and not just relying on this one up front all the time. Because I think that is something to watch out for today for Welbeck. That we need to keep an eye on his movement, and I'm not just thinking about the defense. I'm thinking about the midfield because he does drop back in positions where it's not always easy for the centre halves to kind of just go with him all the time. So someone in that centre mid area has got to keep an eye, I think, to put a few fires out in between the midfield and defence.
Yeah, I agree, mate. I mean, I look at this side now, and again, the way they've got it set up, and again, if you go on FOTMob, for some unknown reason, have gone with the old 4-1-4-1 type of situation. But they've gone, well, I say 4-1-4-1, they've gone virtually a reverse Christmas tree because they're playing Tonali as your deep. You've gone with your flat four, Bruno and Willock then as your more advanced midfielders in your 8 slot, with Murphy, Asula and Joe Linton as your attacking 3. So they've gone for a reverse Christmas tree. I mean, Eddie does play this to a degree, but again, it's very, I can't see this happening in all my thoughts and hope. That's too overloading for me, especially in a team that's got no confidence. And again, I look at Joe Linton on that left-hand side. Is he going to progress the ball into them final thirds? And that's what I said. It's a massive gamble for J7. I mean, he's played there before and he's done okay, but it's not the same Premier League now. This is a totally different animal. We're on free fall. That's another emergency side for me. So when you're on free fall, you've got to start saying to yourself, if I'm going to go in a forward line where it's a little bit hit and miss, you've got to have players that have the ability. And I want the honest truth from you three now. When I look at this front three of J7, Asula and Murphy, which one of them says to you they're going to hold the ball for the rest of the team to get involved in the attack?
For me, the most likely one's going to be J7. I can't see Asula do it. I think that was one of the only things he was half decent at when he played. Up top, probably left wing is... left midfield it'll probably be, I think, in a 4-1-4-1 as we're actually saying. I do think we'll sit that deep, unfortunately. I do think he'll be better in that kind of role. I certainly feel better about Joe Linton there than I did Willock. I was about to say it's the worst front three I could have asked for at the start, but then if they've put Joe Linton there instead of Willock, then it's the second worst front three I could have asked for. So, improvements every week, eh?
Yeah, indeed.
Remember the last time Joe Linton started left wing? It was against Everton, wasn't it?
Everton, yeah, it was.
Was it?
That didn't work at all, did it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, he changed it, didn't he? He did change it really early on as well. He put him back into his normal slot within 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Because it wasn't working.
Yeah, he got
He
into
did,
a position.
absolutely.
at the Leazes end, and he skied it. So the threat wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I said, it wouldn't have mattered to me if you was to go this way. Go and have a look at Wissa on the left hand side. If you think that Harvey Barnes hasn't done anything, and you know that Anthony Gordon he's gonna have a bit part play today. We know that he's gonna come on with 15, 20 minutes to go. He's gonna be included. But why not have a look at this lad on the left hand side and say to him, listen, I know you've been struggling, but go and play with a bit of freedom. Go and have a look and say, the front three for me today would have been Wissett on the inside left, Voltemada in the middle, and Asula on the inside right. Yeah. Two players of pace that are happy to push at you, really give you a hard time in the back line because they're willing to dribble with the ball into the space. They've got a bit about them. And have Voltemada, who will just play in a free role. Go up top as your target man, but then drop into the hole when the two lads overlap you and create that extra body in midfield. There's so many things that Eddie Howe could have tried, which I'm sure would have given the fans a little bit more of a boost before they've even kicked a ball.
He's not going to change, is he?
No.
He's stuck in his ways, isn't he? And like I say, some would say, well, those ways will work next season with a summer transfers, etc. But I would say, like, he's stuck in his ways in everything. In that, who's to say we sign some players in the summer and it takes an age to bed those players in, because that's just something else that he loves to do, and not put them in the first team until 6 months later. Again, it maybe some would argue it worked a treat with Lewis Hall, but he's got his methods and he's not going to change. It's the way he operates when it comes to everything, really. His management style is what it is, and it's very frustrating. And I think this is where my frustration is with the board. If they're still evaluating and they're umming and ahhing about the next 4 games, I'm sorry, like you've seen, you know what Eddie Howe is, and you can, again, massive respect to the man. They've got a great relationship with him, it seems, but you don't need to wait until the next 4 games to see what happens. We know what Eddie Howe brings. We know what his decisions are like and whether those decisions are still working or not. You can make that judgment now. And I think it seems lazy to me. It seems naive that they are still assessing things like this. They shouldn't have to wait for the crowd to kind of give the thumbs up or thumbs down. No, you've got enough body of work there and evidence in front of you.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I agree. And that's what I said. I mean, for me, it seems a little bit. I mean, we've got Chris Kavanagh, who, again, we saw what happened in the last game, the amount of mistakes he made. Hopefully that is corrected today. We don't want to see those type of individual performances from the man in charge in the middle. And that gives you a different angle to even look at. But for Eddie Howe now to come out with this side and get a reaction from, he was talking about the response that he's had from the players, the likes of Wissa, who's come out and said, I'm a soldier, I really want to have a go. Well, when you've got that type of relationship, with the club, that he wants to prove his value at the club, you've got to give these kids a chance. You've got to allow them. Sitting on the bench, all that's going to do is take the stuffing out of them.
Yeah.
He needs to be playing to understand the role that is required at Newcastle United. Sitting on the bench and watching isn't going to give him that.
Yeah, I mean, what was Wissa for Brentford? Goal scorer. What are goal scorers in football? Goal dust. So
yeah.
It just seems strange that you would go into next season and then look to maybe give Wissa a chance then. But you kind of look at the situation now and you're not giving him a look in the running, the last few games of this season. Like, it's the perfect opportunity to do that. And it kind of, you're contradicting yourself if he's in your plans, then why wouldn't you? Do you think, Gary, it's an indication that he's going to look to sell him? I mean, I think that would be jumping the gun. I think next season he could potentially come good, despite all of the the bad vibes, if you like, that he's gave off. I appreciate he's done my head in a lot of the time when he's played, but I think I still say he hasn't been given enough of a chance to kind of rule out him coming good. So is this an admission, do you think, Gary, that he's going to look to sell him if Eddie is the manager next season?
I think what I mean, again, I don't know whether this was just him taking the sting out of it, was when he admitted the fact that it took him 12 months to find his feet at Brentford. And then he, like I said, I spoke on Thursday about him. It seems to me as though you have to build a relationship up with Wissa to get the best out of him. And again, you know, a lot of players, and we've seen it from Malanga, a lot of players go out there and they try, but the harder you try at football sometimes, the worse you look, because everything just bounces off you. You're too tense. You're trying to impress. It just doesn't happen. And the problem is, when you're on free fall as a team, what you're noticing now, because of the pressure from that free fall, those games being lost now, that is like an epidemic throughout the squad. Across the front three, where you want the ball to stick, where you need that ball, that player to get the ball under a bit of control and bring players out of defensive lines to get involved in the final third, isn't there. And the trouble is for us now, transitioning from a defensive midfield into an attacking midfield, we've found the opposition have found so many open spaces where literally 3 passes and they're into, you know, open yardage behind our defence, where they've got at least a shot at goal. And the amount of times we have conceded from that has been criminal for me this season. Going back to what you said, is Wissa going to be sold? Well, the biggest problem is should he have been bought in the first place for the money that we paid for him? I think that was the damaging factor from the outset. If he was not going to be the player in Eddie Howe's mind to go and take this club further forward, then why? Why pay 55 million for him? Because you're never going to get that back now. They're looking at a year's loan out, potentially with a loss of somewhere in the region of £40 million at the end of next season. That is what I've heard. If they're going to get rid of him, if he's going to move on, he's going to move on out on loan first with the option to buy. But it's going to be a considerable less than we paid.
Mm.
Yeah, 100%. I think with Wissa, it was always sort of the case of what it felt like to me. He was going to come in as the short term, and Voltemada was going to be the long term forward for Newcastle United in that central position. But you're looking at it now, and I mean, I'll be surprised if we don't play Osula, Murphy, and Willock as the front three again next season if he stays, because it's kind of how it's feeling. It's, you know, you're seeing the murmurs of Lewis Hall having a falling out with him. Okay, Anthony Gordon once away. Okay, Tino Livramento once away, but no one's going to pay. Right? Okay, Wissa and Voltemada are probably going to want to be off in the summer. I know Wissa says he wants to stay, but if he's not going to play, he's reaching that stage in his career where the only reason he would stay, if not to play, is for the money. And don't get me wrong, the money is pretty attractive. But you're looking at it and you're thinking, oh, we've got so much to do in the summer before even looking at these players and the replacements for them. Genuinely, Osula, Murphy, and Willock might be a front three we play again next season. And I'm sitting here looking at it and I'm thinking, this is going to be a really, really tedious few months with a World Cup in between it, which just makes it even harder.
I mean, just to say as well, so he beds Lewis Hall in for a year. Mm-hmm. He beds Anthony Gordon in for the first 6 months. When I say bedding, he doesn't play those players. I've got an echo. Have you got an echo?
Yeah, echo.
Can you hear it now? Or has it
testing. Still there.
I can't hear it.
Good luck.
I got some tunes going on in the background for me.
Yeah, that was me. Mighty Win has put a video out, and I was just making sure I've got sound coming through. So you've probably heard something from the Mighty Win in the background. So apologies. Carry on what you're saying, boys.
I'll trudge on. I can hear myself.
Yeah, echoing.
You can still hear yourself. I'll get rid of it. I'll get rid of it. It's only the mighty win. We know what he's going to be saying. He loves what Eddie's choices is. I'm joking.
I'll keep it brief because obviously I want to hear what Win says as well. But basically, my point is that he bedded in Lewis Hall, where it was a lot of it on the training pitch, not in the first 11. Same with Anthony Gordon. Same with Jacob Ramsey. Now the same with Winter. This is the way Eddie Howe implements his signings. They don't play it for the first 6 months, or even in Lewis Hall's case, I know he's young. Is that approach and method? Is that how do you square that circle, as Simon Jordan says, with a summer coming up where you're going to have to get a lot of players through the door, and not a whole new 11, but a very different looking team to what we have now. How can you match that method that Eddie Howe has with that summer coming up? To me, that doesn't fit.
No, I agree with what you've just said. I think with his philosophy on bringing players into the squad, allowing them time to settle. Listen, we all know what it's like individually to move away from home and relocate in another area. It brings added pressure. Moving into a different football club, it brings added pressure. I understand all that. But 6 months, I think, again, it doesn't fill anybody coming to Newcastle if they're looking at players that have been involved in Newcastle in previous years. Unless there's an open space, as in somebody's suspended, somebody's injured, and you're forced into an option to play, Eddie Howe will just bench you. My concern is if there's up to 8 players leaving in the summer that know how Newcastle play, what is Eddie Howe going to play with at the start of next season?
That's what I mean.
If those players aren't there, So I do think there's a lot to still discuss with his approach. And listen, I understand now. I've had the chance to have a look at the under-21s and what's gone on behind the scenes with the under-21s. There's been a lot of people, and me included, questioning why there's been no inclusion of what's happened. And again, unfortunately, Mr. Lawrence, I think it was Adam. Is it Armstrong or I can't think of his blooming name now. The lad who's just been sacked. Unfortunately, he was totally against Newcastle's system and worked individually on his own to upset the apple cart a little bit. And I think there was a lot of discussions. I believe this is again only. I'm hearing this third hand. There was a lot of discussions between Eddie and this. I think his name was Lawrence. I can't think of it, whether I'm. I think it was Adam Lawrence that was involved. He was the one who was virtually stalling the progression of players. Every single player in the under-21s was at a level where they just hadn't got that drive or passion to get any further forward. In actual fact, it was underachieving rather than overachieving. And when you start changing the setup to a 4-2-3-1, which is nothing like what Eddie Howe plays, that's when you've got to start questioning what was going on. I'm just having a look because I don't know. Did you guys do any of the super chats that come in just when Michael took you off air? No.
Sorry.
Let's have a look at Ben's come in. Thanks, Ben. This is self-sabotage at this point. He wants to be sacked, but he's bringing players' careers down with him. Selfish. I can't with this guy. I think we are all of a similar ilk.
You see, with that, Gary, right, I'll just say as well, like Timmy said earlier, I don't know if Benjamin's kind of being a bit sarcastic there. I'm not sure, but I can't buy into the fact that he would, or the idea that he would kind of like do this to get the sack. Personally, I don't think that is the case. But like Timmy touched on, I just think it's Eddie Howe's got his ways, he's got his methods, the way he kind of approaches everything, selection, team selection, players, training, and what he would do is he would point to the first 3-4 seasons and say, "Look, I've got a body of work to show that my methods bring success, and this season it isn't, but I'm not going to just rip it up because more often than not it does bring success." Now, that would be the argument, I would guess. I don't think he's doing self-sabotage, but I think at this stage now, we all know, don't we, in football, momentum is massive. And when you are spiraling out of control, really, you're on a massive downward turn. That can be sometimes the hardest thing in the world to bring back around. And that's where, your methods were working before and you were doing working brilliantly. But I think you have to recognize the situation. And if the landscape changes, then that's where I think the best managers are flexible. And so I don't think he's maybe appreciating that he might have to kind of tear things up a bit more than what he ordinarily would like to do. And I think that's going to be his downfall.
If I was the opposition manager, I was going to ask you guys, and I watch this team that's been set up, my opposing team, if you like. This, to me, right, is a team that states, do not lose rather than go and win. That's the setup for me. And that would, if I was a coach, if I was Hurstler now, Tom, I would be saying to myself, come on, lads, you've rattled them before we've even kicked a ball. That would give me the most confidence if I had seen a team that had shuffled the pack. I mean, it's got everything to me of being a 4-5-1 from the start, this setup. And going very much as not to concede a goal rather than, go out there, lads, and go and score 4 or 5. Because it's too conservative for me. What's your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, for me, it's far too conservative. As I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the exact same way we're lined up at the Emirates. And there's a big difference between playing top of the league Arsenal at the Emirates and, albeit very informed, Brighton at St James's Park. But I actually think Howe's in that situation at the moment when, let's be honest, when you're under pressure and so the way things are, let's say you're even at work, the way of your way of doing things isn't working, you either completely switch things up or you double down. Howe's not the kind of person to switch things up. Let's be honest, he's doubled down and he's only it feels like he's only playing players who are in there with him and willing to double down on it. Because you see the effort of some players in some games, and you do question them quite a lot. Lewis Hall was one that was questioned for the Bournemouth game. Personally, I didn't think he didn't try. I just thought it was, Ryan got the better of him numerous times, and that's fine. He's a good attacker. You kind of expect it, but it does kind of feel at the moment we're split half and half. Howe and the rest maybe not as split as that. It's very over dramatic and dramatising it probably. But it does feel like a bit like Hurstler said before they went on this big winning run. I need to play players that I can trust, and clearly he feels that he can trust this lineup, even if I absolutely despise it.
Well, it definitely feels fractured for me at Newcastle now. You hear the rumours about Lewis Hall, and was the same with Anthony Gordon. We saw the spat between Gordon and Trippier. I know they had a kind of kiss to made up afterwards, but just the fact that
was PR
happened,
for me though. That was, mate. That was PR for the cameras.
Yeah. The very fact that it actually happened in the full display of the public, that having a spat like that, and you couldn't just wait to have that discussion in the dressing room. You can go back to that and look at that in hindsight, I think, in a different light now. Because at the time, you thought, well, it's all right. They've patched things up, but yeah, I think now it just feels like it's unraveling. And if you're gonna be dropping Lewis Hall so quickly, who has been one of the best players for, I know, a disappointing season, but for Newcastle, he's been one of the bright sparks, I would say. So if you're going to get into a spat with him now, if that is the case, I know we don't know that, but he's dropping him, and he wasn't bringing him on against Arsenal. So it's just strange, and I just wouldn't be surprised if you've got Ramsey there who's been dropped again. He probably will be a bit frustrated, I would imagine, at this point now, the season that he's had. You got Wissa, who's kicking up a fuss. Votamada's probably a bit bemused. You can imagine there's probably a few splits in the camp at this stage, and that again is difficult to turn around. We see in football. I mean, Tottenham have got a lot of bad apples in their squad, and they've spiraled, and that's the damage it can do if you go into a season. Yeah, like next season, that could be difficult to turn around if you don't have everyone pulling in the same direction.
Yeah. Let's have a listen to what Wynn's got to say. Then hopefully you guys can hear this. I'm not holding any questions on what's going to be said, but fingers crossed you can hear it. Let me know, guys.
Well, the can of worms is well and truly opened here with the team news announcement, and I think I can say without fear of contradiction that literally no one can understand the lineup that he's chosen. I don't even know what to say about it. It is so crazy in my mind that I'm running out of potential reasons why. I'm listening to the madness going on just 5 yards away from me with people discussing it. Sadly, there are far too many expletives being hurled around for to put it out on sensible television. But it is a nonsense. We've got the best left back in the country, our player of the season out, and Dan Byrne, who I love as everybody knows, at left back, and a front three in a 4-3-3, obviously, because we'll have Tonali, Bruno and J7 in that three. So we've got a front three of Murphy, who has been abysmal, Asula, who's done well, to be fair, and Willock. It beggars belief. It beggars belief. I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words, and that doesn't happen very often with the mighty win. Away the lads, let's see what happens. Is it a master stroke? Is it a suicide note? We'll find out.
And there you go. Well, even the mighty win has lost the faith in Eddie's approach. Now, listen, when a team gets chosen for team of the season, there's only two Newcastle players that were involved, and that was Bruno and young Lewis Hall. So when others see the value in these players, and because there's been some, obviously, spat going on, again, we don't know the full extent of the spat that was said. But if he's being questioned, Eddie Howe, by one of his players, I understand the disciplinary that goes with it. I understand that things have to be put in order. But when you're in free fall, sometimes you do have to put your ego on the shelf a little bit, and you have to put your, what goes on any other time of the season. There's a warning. He's been disciplined. He's been out of the team for the first game. Now it's a crunch time. You've still got a very slight opportunity of European football. That's your job at the end of the day. That's where all of your so-called supporters that still give you the rope to go and hang yourself want to see Newcastle United in European contention. After Leeds' win last night, we're down to 15th. That's another chink in the armour. You don't put this side out unless the mentality is do not lose. And I think that is where the worry is for me. The confidence is completely shot in the manager. So if the confidence is shot in the manager, how do you get your players motivated to go and get the result? Now, as Winch just said, this could be a masterstroke. He's trying something different. We don't know the setup of the team. There may be something of a change within this system of play. I can't see it, but it'll be interesting to see where it goes. So what's your thoughts on what the mighty Win had to say, guys?
Interesting, because he's there on the ground, and I think it kind of just ties back to what was said with the crowd, where the game starts or the game is coming up and the fans are going into the grounds straight away on the back foot and straight away frustrated. And like you said, you read the room, don't you? You pick a team that can get the fans up for it. And yes, you don't want to be too heavy-handed that way because you are the manager, you do what you think is best, but straight away we're kicking off the game with a handicap, if you like, where there's question marks straight away. And Lewis Hall, it's like what you said there. Okay, you've dropped them. You've said what you've said to him. If there has been a disagreement, if he's said, I don't agree with what you're doing, Gaffer, you've dealt with it. Move on. You've got this game now coming up. Is Lewis Hall really the most troublesome character? It doesn't strike me, as that type of player, that type of lad. So if he said something out of turn, I couldn't imagine it to be something out the ordinary, something crazy. Maybe he's getting frustrated and maybe he's had a strop, but yeah, you nip it in the bud and you move on, like you say, Gary. We're without one of our best attacking threats down the left now for this game.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't see anything against Arsenal down the left, did we? We didn't see anything down the right-hand side. So, when people are questioning your centre forward, and like I said, Asula had his option. He's not done too bad in the forward line. And Eddie says sometimes you've just got to give players that are doing the job for you to carry on going.
Yeah.
But like I said,
I don't know why Eddie feels like he can afford to. He hasn't got the luxury. Do you know what I mean?
This is a gamble, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the run that we are on at the minute, we are in absolute free fall. You haven't got the luxury of just plucking Lewis Hall out the team and sitting him out for a few games.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like
let's look at it. I mean, the other point that I was just going to come to, and Connor's just thrown this in. No, this is exactly the same same 11 that started against Arsenal, right? And the only difference is Ramsey's been dropped. Now, for me, Ramsey wasn't the worst player against Arsenal, but now he's on the bench to bring J7 back into the fold. So again, are we not just hitting the players with a lack of confidence when you've done an okay job for us in an unfamiliar role that the gaffers asked you to go and play, and you still got out there? Yes, we didn't have anything regarding direct shots at goal on the left-hand side, but when have we? The only chance we've had is with Harvey Barnes playing more of a central role, coming in off that left-hand side and being a busybody in the box. We don't have enough creation from left side, from right side, to actually get involved within the penalty area. And that's why, for me, when you lose a natural player who progresses the ball forward for you, like Lewis Hall does, you're limiting your options of that final third attack. Now, to me, again, it looks very same again. We're not going to concentrate on the wings. We're going to go through the middle again today. The problem is, have we got the players technically within this squad to go through the middle? We saw it against Arsenal. Nothing happened in the middle until Voltamada come on. And that's another thing. Where are we going to go today with this current lineup? I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, for me, I think it's going to be
has just come in. The bar is low. Can you limbo? Can you limbo? That's how low the bar is. I think it's more like a Jack Russell. That's how low it is, mate, at the minute.
Yeah, I was going to say I can't limbo that low, but
Yeah.
that's not because of my physical stature. I'll say that. But yeah, for me, it's going to be one of those games where maybe we do have a bit of possession, but it's going to be pendulum football, sideways and backwards. And then the best chance I think we're realistically going to have is a sort of a deep cross from the right hand side. Joe Linton maybe arriving late, or Sula peeling off at the back post. But again, it's going to be crosses. It's going to be balls floated into the box. It's going to be Tony Pulis style football, if you will. To be honest, you look at who we've got in there. You know, you've got Miley, Bruno, Tonali, Chow, even Joe Linton and Willock to a degree. You know, they do have the ability to actually play football. You don't need to play this Tony Pulis style of, let's just get crosses into the big men. So it is really concerning. That's how it's going to go. We're not going to enjoy watching it, let's be honest. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very difficult to actually get anything from this. You know, you
I wonder
start.
what Jacob Ramsey is thinking.
That's what I'm saying. What would you be
yeah.
thinking if you were a player that has just, you know, given everything for the club to try and get a result for you? Yeah, I mean, we lost the game, but seriously, hand on heart, was he the worst player in a black and white shirt?
No, I think he always gives a committed performance. Whether it's a top-notch performance, that'll waver. He's trying to still find his feet, I think, but he's a quality player, and I think he will always give his all. He likes to put his foot in. We've seen that. So, yeah, I think he may well look at that lineup and think to himself, when J7 is fit, I ain't getting the look in, am I? Like, it might just dawn on him that this club the right fit for me? I wonder if that's going through his head, because maybe Ramsey could have even played left side with, Willock's probably going to be there. That's what we're guessing.
Yeah.
Maybe J7 is there. I don't know. But maybe you could have had them both in. If you want to play J7 that much, you could argue still Ramsey could have been kept in place of Willock.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know how true it is, but I believe that all of the delegation, Saudi delegation, is in the stadium today. So this so-called support for Eddie Howe and his vision going forward, and the excuses that have already came his way, if you like, for the reasons why the players haven't performed for him. If you were Ruben, apparently this is Ruben in the building, just getting asked to go to his seat. I don't know how true it is, but that's according to the journals anyway. The delegation are being shown to the seats. If you were in a meeting with this lad yesterday, and apparently the meeting was for over 12 hours, and a lot of questions were, why is Eddie Howe being pulled away from a very integral part of his training? Well, apparently he wasn't there for the 12 hours. He was only there for a very short period of time to do his spiel. But if I was the supporting group, if I like, of my manager, who's given me all of the reasonings and the rationales for where we are in the league, if I was to look at this squad now, I would be questioning. I would be asking myself, well, why have we got all of that money that you wanted in the summer sat on the bench?
Yeah.
You've got two strikers sat on the bench, and a third choice striker, actually playing up top for you. What's your thoughts on that?
It's you go into the summer needing to buy a lot of players because a lot of the players are leaving that we have because the contracts expiring and etc. So yeah, I'd be thinking, well, is Eddie Howe the man to implement a whole host of new signings into the team? Because we've just went a year now with the previous summer, and he's struggled big time to implement Voldemort, Wissa, to an extent, Ramsey, because like you say, Peter, at the end of the day, when J7's fit, J7 plays. So he hasn't dislodged J7 Ramsey. And even now, Lewis Hall is, it's a different issue that really, but he has an issue with betting players in, certain new signings. Even Ramsdale, you could say, I mean, he's not the answer, is he? We know that, but Eddie Howe was the one who wanted him. And Nick Pope's been making Rick after Rick after Rick, yet we still find Nick Pope in goal for today. So even that signing is a signing that hasn't been able to be bedded in and prove himself. So I don't think Eddie Howe really is the man to actually be at the forefront of a reconstruction that we need in the summer. I think a new manager is actually I think it's really the best timing for a new manager, actually partly for that reason.
Mm.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't disagree. I'm going to say I can't disagree with what you've just said there, mate, to be fair. This, to me, now starts to smell a little bit off. Again, you know, everybody in the chat, I don't think, bless him, apart from Michael, who is, you know, of support for whatever he's put out there. And like I said, you know, Michael has given support, bless him, throughout this problematic time. It's very much like when, you know, where there's hope type of situation, you carry on gripping and holding on to hope. And like I said, I want to be that way. I want these guys to prove me wrong, you know. But the problem is when you've been hammered in watching this over and over and over again, you have to start questioning whether he has got the ability to turn things around, Eddie.
Yeah, I know, and it's pre-match, and we want to be. I know we're not being too positive here, Stephen, and you'll have to bear with us. But yeah, I want them, like you say, guys. I want them to go and prove us wrong. I want Willock to have a blinder. I want J7 to boss the midfield. And I was willing to, like I said earlier, take some hits this season. And if it was a mid-table finish, you know, I could kind of live with that, and I would look to Eddie to kind of kick on and go again next season. But I think if you're finishing, you know, finishing mid-table 10th, 11th there's a big difference between that and then finishing 15th, 16th on this kind of run that we're on.
Well, this little snippet that I'm going to verbally say, again, I have no real truth behind it. That's all I'm going to say. But there's the rumour that's come out. It's been said that Hall has told Howe he will play for Newcastle United and the players and the fans, but I will never play for Eddie Howe.
Interesting.
Well, there you go. I think that's...
Where's that from, Gary?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to throw the lad under the bus, but it's the lad who throws the rumours all the time. How about that? Okay. You got me? One of the crew. Again, you know...
Not me.
The lad's not been wrong, if I can say, even though he has always stipulated these are only rumours that he's hearing. But he's never been wrong with any of these rumours. So, again, I have no proof in any way to say that this is rubbish. This is all BS. And it certainly, as again, you know, it just goes to prove that when players talk out, you know, if there has been that type of lost communication where a player comes out and says, I'll never play for my manager again, then something needs to change. Because if we start losing players of the quality of Hall because of the manager, then we have to seriously question, you know, is that the reasons why Tonali's gone off the boil? Is it the reasons why, you know, we're starting to lose Anthony Gordon? Now, listen, Anthony Gordon's been off the boil since that, you know, fracas with Liverpool. We know that. He's not been the same player. But if there's been something happening, we saw even with Isaac, you know, that could have been sorted so much nicer than it actually was. Is it the fact that Eddie Howe just doesn't know how to handle players that have a voice? You know, some players will come out and verbalise. I mean, you saw how bad Hall was. He was so upset from being tactically substituted. If I'm going to put it in speech marks, because I didn't see anything different in that tactical substitution that warranted the substitution, especially when the player on the opposite side was creating absolutely nothing apart from mistakes in defence. It just seems to me as though Louis Hall, bless him, because he's a nice kid, like Miley, just easy to become a target.
Could be. And Lewis Hall is the one, really, that I would say I do not want to lose in the summer. And Tonali, okay, if he wants to go, I don't want to lose him. He's been up and down this season, but he's got obviously a lot of quality. But Tino and Gordon, I'm not really bothered. I think I want to sell them, to be fair. I want money in so we can rebuild. But Lewis Hall, my word, he's the one. And obviously, and Bruno, really, I think those two are the ones that I do not want to lose. And the fact that this is happening, that Lewis Hall is being dropped, and those rumours you've said there, Gary, that makes me worried for the summer. And that would be an absolute disaster, because I know you could say it's only a left back, but the way football is now, it doesn't really matter. He is still a massively important player. The way he drives up that left side, drives us up the pitch, and has that quality. And he can get even better as well. He's still only, what is he? Do you know what I mean? Like 21 or something. So he can
21.
get better. So I'll leave it there, because I'm gonna crack on, lads. And, get
8 minutes left before we start. Like I say, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. Before the glory unfolds before us.
Just quickly as well, right? I think if that is true about Lewis Hall, that goes back to what I was saying about having a split in the camp, because Lewis Hall he'll be closer to some players, more players than others.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what I mean? That will then spread. Players will side with their mate. And that is when the fractured sort of atmosphere starts brewing, and it snowballs from there. So, yeah, we're in dangerous territory, I think, with how it's unraveling, I think, at the minute. But hopefully the proof is wrong in today's match.
That's what I said. I mean, proof will be on the pitch, mate, not anywhere else, you know. And like I said, I don't think Eddie Howe's lost the dressing room per se, but it makes me believe now that he's lost part of the dressing room that are the better footballers.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem where we are at the moment. And again, you know, when you're reliant on your leaders, and as much as I agree, you need leaders on the football field. They're not the technical players that are going to get you anywhere. These are, you know, for me, this screams of a championship team at the minute. And would, you know, and again, I do talk openly, as honest as I could. I honestly believe that this side in the championship would struggle. That's how bad it is. No, exactly.
Somebody
said
said
he's got the fight.
Yeah, the front three are one's a signing by Bruce and one's a signing by Rafa.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, how bad is it?
That?
Yeah, how bad is it? Anyway, get yourselves gone. Thank you so much for your starts and like I say, your constant contribution to the crew. Love it loads.
Cheers.
And we'll see you on the next one. Take care, boys. And we're the lads, lasses and bairns. Right then, it's me and Michael giving you the heads up as we go through the match. Like I say, 6 minutes we've got to try and get through as much as we can. Michael, anything that you've seen, listened to over, because you have sat in the quiet a little bit there. That's actually because I'm gassing loads as always. Is there anything that you see that gives you any belief?
I'll be honest, I am sitting here looking at the midfield and I'm thinking, you know what? It's a strong midfield. Like, realistically, if we're going to have any chance of winning the game, Bruno's back, Tonali's there. You know, there are positives. I know we've spent the last hour being negative, because that's the overall feeling. But on paper, that isn't a bad team. Obviously, they're not playing too much for the manager. Well, I say it's not a bad team. It's not a bad team until you get to either Willock, Murphy or Rasula, depending on who you look at. Even Byrne at left back, you can kind of forgive. At times I don't like it, but I can sort of forgive it. More so when we play Arsenal than when we play Brighton. But I think the thing for me today is the owners are in attendance. If the players don't give 100%, they'll notice. And if the fans get on the back of Howe, and if they want to show the ownership that we're fed up, we're done, today's the day to do it. Because they'll listen to you more today. They'll be so embarrassed of getting booed out the building today if we lose than what they will have done for the last, 4 months while they've not been in the stadium. for me, if you're going to make an impact as a player or as a fan, you do it today. And it'll be interesting to see what happens, because I don't see this team giving 100%.
No, I totally agree with you, mate. And like I say, I've just had a look quickly at the screen behind, and they are there. The gaffers, the big man, is there watching this side, and Eddie Howe performance today. So again, there's a lot to put out to get that belief going further. And listen, we know that there's results that can go against us. There's results that can go with us. There's no pre-match comments, believe it or not, from Eddie Howe, which is unreal, isn't it? I mean,
doesn't surprise me though.
Well, it doesn't surprise me, if I'm honest with you. But usually, Eddie, without fail, will speak to the journos and have a conversation, but not today. And I think that tells you everything that you need to know.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure, isn't he? There's a lot on his shoulders, let's be honest. I could almost feel sorry for him if we weren't in this terrible, terrible run of form. Because, let's be honest, most of Newcastle is on his back at the minute. And it wouldn't surprise me if let's say he does get sacked by Newcastle, if he takes another 18-month break before coming back, because this is a tough job at Newcastle. There's no denying that. However, this season he's made it so much tougher for himself than he's needed to. Whether that's because of stubbornness or things not going right, or generally players' attitudes. Let's say everything's not on Howe. We don't know exactly what's going on in the background. It could be a magnitude of things. But let's say all that's going on, he still hasn't made it any easier for himself this season. And this is the game where I think we'll see if the fans are truly want him out in 15-20 minutes when we've started slow. How the fans react to that is big for me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, they've got Verbruggen as well, one of the goalkeepers that is obviously heavy on Newcastle's viewing regarding keepers for the summer. He's one of three that they're looking at. They're also looking at their number two, Mr. Steele. I don't know his first name. Jason Steele, that's the one.
Yeah.
He's the other one that they're looking at. And again, why should we be looking at number twos unless they're coming in as number twos, obviously?
Yeah, that's the thing for Bergen. I think he's got a real talent. He's a real talented player. He's got a big future in football. His ceiling is much bigger than Brighton. But you're looking at Jason Steele and you're thinking maybe it's just for the same reason as Ruddy has been at Newcastle. Same reason Steele's potentially been called up to that England squad, if you remember, as more of a coach and because of what he does behind the scenes. But again, stuff like that, you're looking at it and going, we need something with a bit more impact, something with a bit more punch.
Yeah, absolutely. So Newcastle have won the toss by the looks of it. We're going to go quickly through the teams. We've got Pope, Botman, Jolinton, Tonali, Chow, Asula, Murphy, Willock, Byrne, Bruno G and Miley. Bench is stacked with players for Newcastle, so should be a problem. Let's see. Verbruggen, Van Hecke, Minte, Hinchelwood, Baliba, Welbeck, Bascagli, Mitoma, Kadiaglu, Wifer, Gross, and obviously we know Hursler as the coach. Really interesting lineup, if I'm honest with you. Newcastle kicking left to right. They favour going off, and we're away straight away with Miley getting the hold of the ball down this right-hand side. Back to Malik Chow, who goes on the diagonal looking for Big Dan Byrne. Little deft touch inside towards J7, but that is now cleared. And we are now, we've won the ball back well, if I'm honest with you, down that left-hand side, but it has been deflected out for the Brighton throw-in just inside the Brighton half. Again, a little bit of tenacity from Tonali, but we are literally Gross now with the ball, just trying to fend off. Mitama now picking the ball up. Karioglu goes again back inside to Gross. Again, Newcastle retreating a little bit. Looks more like a 4-4-2 at the minute though, mate.
Yeah, you're seeing Willock very high, well, very advanced.
Which is what he
on the
does, isn't
left-hand
it?
side. Yeah, he
Yeah.
likes to get forward.
He does. I mean, again, that's what we need. We need players that are going to get close to whoever plays up top. But again, when you see us in the past, we've been a little bit off the pace. There's a ball, a chance here for Brighton. Oh, it's a great save, to be fair, down to Pope. It's so easy for Brighton to get through us there in the middle of the field. It's one ball out. Mitoma gets a good hold of the ball, and there's a cracking save there from Pope. J7 now down that left-hand side, and there's a tackle from Brighton, and it's a throw into Newcastle. Early warning, mate.
Yeah, they carved us wide open straight away, and that's not what Eddie Howe will have wanted to see in the opening stages. Edge of the box, coming onto the ball, easy as it happens, and coming from midfield, you've got to wonder who was supposed to be marking him.
Yeah, I'm glad it was Hinchelwood on the end of that rather than Welbeck, because I think it would have been probably a different outcome, if I'm honest. Still a great save from Pope.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got Botman on the ball, just inside the Brighton half. Plays it into Willock. Back to Botman now. Tonali dropping in between the two centre halves, which is what we're likely to see. And again, Willock back down to Botman. Down the line we go, over the top to try and get in behind. But Van Hecker, who again, rumours are saying that he's willing to part company with Brighton in the summer. Somebody you'd go for, mate, for me?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's a cracking defender. We'll see if that changes if they get Europa League, though.
Yeah, let's see. Ball into the box, to the back stick, to Karioglu. Again, it's fallen to Welbeck. Can it fall to Hinchelwood? It's towed away to the edge of the box. Karioglu picks the ball back up, though. Back into the box. Gross. Mitoma now picking the ball up. Back to Karioglu. Again, it's Brighton asking all the questions of Newcastle at the minute, buddy.
Yeah, we're just chasing the ball rather than actually getting into positions. It's quite concerning how easy they can just get around us. No one really getting a tackle in.
Yeah, just Brighton win it back straight away, though. Karioglu, Gross, Mitoma. Again, just taking it easy at the minute. Baskagi, and again, just trying to get that ball over the top. Belieber picking that loose ball up again now. Seem to be first to the ball every time, and it's been our problem all season, if I'm honest with you. And again, you know, you can hear, you can imagine what it's like at St James's Park with Brighton starting the way they have. It's going to get tense, buddy.
Already. You can hear the frustration already.
You can.
Ball going straight to Brighton players, and you just hear a roar from the fans of just wake up.
Yeah, like I say, nothing really sticking in a black and white shirt at the minute. Just a reaction there. Everybody, again, is going for a Brighton win, I think, since they've seen the change in squad. Ball over the top. Mitoma does really well to bring it down. And like I say, it's Hinchelwood that runs beyond Tonali. And like I say, it was does well, Hinchelwood, to be fair, gets it on target, makes Pope make the save. Ball goes long again, and it's easy for Morley to head forward, but it's come straight to a yellow shirt. But again, it's a bit of a mistake from Brighton. And on the halfway line, it's a Newcastle throw now.
This is the time when Newcastle need to just keep the ball a bit, keep a bit of possession, settle the game down, and actually stamp our authority on it. But we've just won a free kick from Bruno being tackled there. He's took it along very quickly, and it's just gone straight through to the Brighton goalkeeper, should I say.
Yeah.
Terrible idea, that, wasn't it?
It was. We know that, obviously, I mean... listen, it was the right idea. It was just given to the wrong person who's got no pace. J7 isn't the fastest guy in the world, and it's just too straight, isn't it? You know, if you're going to do that to J7 and get him to hassle, then you need to give it more of an angle. But again, it's trying to get the ball forward isn't a problem. It's direction, application, and the player it's going to be towards. Individual technique is always going to be the worry for me. Kicked it straight out of play. No change from normal then from Pope, if I'm honest.
No, not at all. And the gifted membership in there from Random Access. Thank you very much, buddy. Hopefully, That isn't the only positive thing we have to talk about in this first half. And that has gone to Matthias Daverney. Thank you very much, mate. I hope you renew once it's finalised the membership. And once again, thank you very much to Random Access for gifting.
Yeah, indeed. Again, a mistake trying to get forward from Brighton and kicking the ball out of play for a Newcastle throw-in just on the halfway line. Miley with the ball. Again, midfield seems to be dissected a little bit from both a black and white shirt and a yellow shirt, if I'm honest with you. Ball into the back line really early. Asula doing well, getting his muscle, but again, it does well there, to be fair. Oh, Asula into the box, and it's Belieber with the shoulder, and it just gets him out away from the ball. But again, Botman back to Pope.
Went down a bit easy.
I mean, he looked like he'd lost the ball there, didn't he, Asula? And that little bit of confusion from himself actually confuses the Brighton player as well, which allows Asula then to pick up the ball and run into the box. So, like I said, it's always wise to play somebody who doesn't know what to do with the ball because it confuses everybody.
Minte on the ball, probably in that same bracket.
Yeah, Minte again with the ball. It's deflected over. It's going to be the corner to Brighton. Again, Minte direct towards Dan Burn there, getting Dan Burn literally on his heels, pushing him into the box. And like I say, that's the only thing. Little bit of skill there, like I say. And Belieber does well, to be fair, to get his toe on that one.
Yeah, it's a lovely little flick around the defender from Asula, doing it all on his own. But that's what happens when you have the space out wide that he does. And he thrives in those wide positions when he's got a bit of space. But Belieber, absolutely. Brilliant.
Yeah, like I say, quality. The next Caicedo for Brighton, they reckon. Another £100+ million sale.
You can tell Minte was training with us for a while because Belieber's just hit the crossbar there from range.
The top bar. Yeah, from 25 yards.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can tell Minte has been training with us for a while because that puts in a corner straight at the first man. Absolutely dreadful. It comes out to Belieber on the edge of the box. All the time in the world, just curls it and it hits the top of the bar. Brilliant from the Brighton midfielder.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, was I saying, see Gary's been shopping on Temu again. Well, I don't know what that's for. Anyway, ball goes long and it's fallen well to Wifer. Again, ball goes long over the top though, and everybody's waiting for Pope to come for this. He does in the end, he claims it, throws it out to Gnarly, picking the ball up on that left-hand side. Willock playing the ball back to Botman. Again, Botman the door being closed by Welbeck. Again, up in the air by J7, and I think that is going to be a Brighton throw-in.
Yeah.
Here we go with J7. Having a go at Weaver already.
It's took, 5 minutes max?
Yeah.
Didn't touch it in the first set. Well, 9 minutes, should I say. But
leads with his elbow as well. I don't know why he has to argue with that because, like I say, it's him who's leading with the elbow, to be fair.
Yeah. It's one of those feel like everything's going against you when you're not given 100%, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Ball back with Van Hecker now. Square on, and it's Verbruggen in his bright orange outfit. Dinks the ball out towards Mitoma. Again, the ball is unfortunately for Brighton out of play on the halfway line. Murphy throwing now, trying to get it into Asula, who's done well again. Gets the ball down the line, comes into the box, shoots just again. Very similar to the Manchester United goal that he scored. Tried to shape it into that far post. But again, it's positive from Asula.
Yeah, you know what? I don't mind it at all. Let's be honest, it's not great. But he gets it down the right-hand side, beats his man, cuts inside, curls it towards the corner, just as you say, against Man United. He just didn't have Tyrell Malacia looking at the fans and actually had someone trying to defend him, so the angle a little bit tighter.
Yeah, exactly. I think, Adam's owner are the equivalent of Temu. Again, it's Brighton with the attacking motion there, and it's a deflection back to Pope, who picks the ball up. Throws it back out to Botman Ball up to J7, who comes inside to Tonali. First time up towards Willock, back to J7. Now it's fallen to Bruno. Bruno with the ball over the top. Can Murphy get onto this? Murphy's coming out. Verbruggen slips, brings down Murphy. Murphy gets the ball into the box. Asula! Asula! Where was Verbruggen? Going for the kebab. It's come to Murphy, who gets the ball where it needs to be in that 6-yard box. Asula rises like a salmon out of a stream, and it's back in the net. 1-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, it's come from Bruno's pass, let's be honest. It's caused a bit of mayhem, a little bit of chaos. Verbruggen doesn't deal with it very well. Asula's dancing like the headless chicken he is on the sidelines, but it's a great ball from Bruno out towards Jacob Murphy. He's onside. Verbruggen comes out, bit like Pope against I want to say Yogarez, but he misses it completely. Murphy crosses it in, and Asula has the easiest header he will have since his first goal for the Toon, shall we say. Back of the net, 1-0 Newcastle. Who had that on the bingo card? Because I didn't.
No, exactly. I mean, to be fair, I thought Murphy did excellent. I mean, I've been one of his critics this season, but to go down, how many players would have gone down because of a slight contact from Verbruggen and stayed down, looking for that decision? He didn't. He got back to his feet. He wanted the urgency, and he played the perfect ball, if I'm honest with you, back into the box. And Asula did the best thing he could do, just get his head to it. I mean, like I say, there was nobody expected that ball to be in the box because there was nobody anywhere near him. So well done to both Murphy and Asula. Again, a bit of urgency shown from Newcastle here. Brighton look at 6s and 7s at the back, to be fair, mate.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, it's a little bit of the commentator's curse. You were asking this before. Verbruggen, would I have took him? Said absolutely. I think he's a great goalkeeper. And then he goes and does that. So, yeah, I think Pope's terrible. The whole team's terrible for us. And hopefully that has the same effect and Brighton don't go into score. Oh, a little bit of a kick there, by the way, from Asula.
From Asula. Yeah, I think I don't know what happened there, but he seems to have come down quite heavily. Like you say, there seems to have been a bit of a flailing leg from Asula. But the referee hasn't really said anything, to be fair.
No,
J7 is certainly upsetting things in the midfield, mate, to be fair.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. When J7's on it, which it does look like he is today, he's up for it. He does cause a lot of bother for teams, and usually it's physically, but his physicality today is causing Brighton a few problems. But let's be honest, up until the goal, we weren't good enough as a whole. We've got lucky, so let's see if we can capitalise.
Yeah, I must admit, Asula's after anything and everything at the minute. He's really got the bit between his teeth. Brings Belieber back to the floor there. And like I say, he's causing this back line at the minute mayhem. But like I say, he's got to be careful not to be too enthusiastic because I can see a card coming to him soon.
We'll say out of everyone, Asula's been our best player. Every time he's gotten the ball, he's caused a lot of problems.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, he feeds off the ball, doesn't he? And like you said, when he gets the opportunity to turn and face the keeper of the opposition, he's in his element that way. Matoma does well to turn Miley, though, this time. But Miley does well to get back and, again, closes the door. Again, Karioglu going back to Mitoma. And again, we just go square now to Van Hecker. And Brighton just settling down on the ball. Minte on that left-hand side. Right-hand side, sorry. Our left-back Burn. Gross now. Coming and sitting in between the two centre-halves there. The third centre-back, and it allows the two wingers, the full-backs, to get forward. Ball into the box, but Pope gets out there and again claims that one mid-air. Nice setup from Brighton, isn't it, with the way they throw their number 6 into the hole to allow both Wifer and Kadioglu to get forward.
Yeah, let's be honest, even when it was Estepina and even when it was Tyreek Lamptey a few whiles back, Brighton have always been good at getting their wing-backs into play. And it's somebody that Hurtsel, I think, as soon as he joined the club, he went, right, I know this is what Brighton are good at. I'm gonna further it and I'm going to make them sort of even better in this quality. And, the table doesn't lie that even if they lose today, I think they'll still be 6th. They look like a really, really solid team. Just for Newcastle, lovely bit of skill there from J7 at shown, where it's led to Weaver actually going over on his ankle a little bit, and he's got a bit of an injury here. But it does look like what you were saying. It looks like we're a bit more of a 4-4-2 than what we're seeing. You mentioned it earlier, and I'm noticing it more and more as time goes on, because when we're defending, there's 2 flat backs of 4, and Willock is up there with Asula constantly. I don't mind that. It's a little bit of a change. It's not particularly looked great, but 16 minutes in, I don't mind the look of it.
No, and like I said, it's causing a little confusion, if I'm honest with you, because it seems as though Asula is sitting more on Boskagi than playing straight through the middle with Van Hecker and Boskagli, closing that space down. And with having Willock playing in the half space, he's not playing as an 8, he's not playing as a 10, really. He's playing in the hollow. And it's really causing both Van Hecker and Weifer issues. And like I say, Gross has now been the man that sits in between the two just to give them that bit more support. But it's still suffocating Weifer from getting forward. So now all you've got is Kodioglu on that left-hand side with Matoma to try and deal with. And that's where, if I'm honest with you, that's where Brighton have had that success in the first 15 minutes. But like I say, it just needed a little bit of time for them to go. So Weifer has hobbled off the field of play. There's been an early change for them, and I'm not sure who's come on.
Joel Veltman coming on.
Veltman has come on the field of play for them. So he's now at right back. Let's see what happens if they go to a bit more of a flatter system, or they continue to have Gross sit in the middle. It'll be interesting to see. Verbruggen now goes long over the top. Again, trying to find Hinchelwood, but that's gone straight through to Pope.
For those
don't lose it there. Oh, it was a loose touch. Bruno gets caught late, and the referee's going to pull this back. But again, it's Botman just allowing that ball to run through him causes so many problems.
We're the makers of our own downfall in a lot of situations when we play out from the back. The only difference this time out is that we had some of Bruno's quality to make the difference. Scores on the doors, by the way. Brentford leading West Ham by 1-0. Mavropanos on goal, and Sunderland have took the lead against Wolves. Nori Mukiele with the goal there. So Newcastle, Brentford, and Sunderland all getting early goals in the 3 p.m. kickoffs.
Thank you, mate. Hinchelwood again, just walking round. He's looked very disappointed now, to be fair, to be an early bath for him.
Yeah.
Dan Burn throws the ball down the line, looking for Asula. Headed clear. Veltman picking up the ball now. Again, coming inside and a little bit of space to run into. But again, Asula trying to get that ball back.
I will say, I think I'm hearing it from the support as well. They are enjoying Asula's attitude and his application, as he is closing down whenever he can, and it's almost similar to what we've seen from Eddie Howe's and the teams in the past.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not sorry.
I mean,
just one thing to note there: the chant going on at the moment, Eddie Howe's Black and White Army, and it's the loudest chant I've heard today. I will say that.
Yeah, there you go. All the love because we've gone 1-0 up. Let's see if that's still being shouted at the 90th minute. Dan Burn under a bit of pressure from Mente, and he's got the last touch on that. It's going to be another corner to Brighton. 20 minutes gone, and we are Newcastle 1, Brighton 0 at St James's Park in the sunshine. It looks beautiful up there in the northeast, I must admit. It's been beautiful everywhere, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd be lying if the thoughts of saying I'm sick and going into a beer garden hadn't crossed my mind. But it is a truly beautiful day on Tyneside.
Ball in to box. And again, Boskagli there trying to get onto that one. And again, it's Pope with not an unconvincing punch, mate, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, the positive is he gets it out. But realistically, you want your goalkeeper to come and collect. in those kind of scenarios. But it's out to play. Let's be honest. He's done his job. But again, it's one of those you'd want your keeper to maybe have a bit more command.
Yeah, indeed. We have got a corner to Gross now on this right-hand side. An in-swinger. Referee is just looking at J7 again, I think it is. Yeah. He's arguing again to... I don't know. I mean, you can only play one way, can't you, J7? You take that away from him and he's just not the same player.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on him here because there's a lot of movement from Veltman there. And the last thing you want to do is give something away from a set piece.
Yeah.
So, it's a yellow card to Van Hecker for Brighton, by the looks of it.
Or Veltman.
Maybe Veltman.
Yeah, I think it was
Veltman. I just saw Van Hecker's reaction there, and he looked bemused.
Yeah, well, I just don't know what went on there. To be fair, yeah, it's Veltman who has got the yellow card by the looks of it, from what I've just seen flash up. Yeah, here we go again. Then Veltman with the yellow card, ball into the box eventually from Grossman, and Pope catches that one comfortably in the 6-yard box again, looking to go long, gets up towards Asila, lets it run. Can Willock get onto this? He can. Willock now running into the box. Joe Willock across the box. But unfortunately, it's deflected out for a corner from Belieber for a corner kick to Newcastle. End-to-end stuff, mate.
Yeah, it's getting a bit entertaining, and that's what we wanted. Lovely from Asula to leave it for Joe Willock. He's got the pace to get beyond. I think it's Buscagli in the middle, on the left-hand side, sorry, at that particular moment. Usually Veltman, so maybe more likely there, but gets forward, gets to the byline, crosses it in, cleared, and Newcastle have a corner.
Here we go then. It's Bruno to get this one in. And just some movement into the box. It's under Verbruggen. It's deflected. Is that going to be another corner? It is. Verbruggen there again. Not convincing me that he was in control of that ball with that punch.
No,
comes off the back of his own teammate. Yeah. Say it's Welbeck. It comes off there. Didn't know anything about that, to be fair. Could have gone anywhere. Bruno again to take this in-swinger. Again, referees come in to have a chat before we go on. Ball comes into the box, to the edge of the box. It's Jason! What a goal! Dan Burn! Ball into the edge of the box. Dan Burn peels off his marker, flicks the header on. It's in the back of the net. 2-0 Newcastle. Get in!
Yeah, who could have seen this coming? The performance hasn't been fantastic, but the result is all that matters right now. In Newcastle are 2-0 up after 23 minutes. It's a great header from a great corner. Bruno Guimaraes puts it in. Dan Burn gets full, goes from edge of the box to the back post to the front post, gets a clear header on it, back of the net.
Oh, it's a great header, to be fair. And great movement. Something we don't see from Dan Burn. But the difference with this one is I'm not sure who it is. I think it's Hinshelwood that's marking him. Allows him to run. Where usually with Dan Burn, he's got hands, he's got bodies. He just doesn't get the space. But that's the damage that he can do when he has got freedom of that 6-yard box. When the players just don't get hold of him, he can cause no end of damage. And you've just seen it there. He runs beautifully from the back towards the angle of the 6-yard box, then peels away from the 6-yard box, and then he's free with a header. Great goal. Great delivery as well from Bruno.
Yeah, absolutely. Bruno being back in the team adds a bit of creativity that you haven't seen too much this season. Murphy's, I think he should get a yellow card here, to be honest. But wasting a bit of time.
Does he know he's got it on him? Of course he does.
He's trying. Paul's got out for a throw into. What are you doing, son?
Murphy's got his sun hat on.
Yeah, ball went out to play on the far side. The owner and the Rubens are laughing about it, so fair play. But the ball went out on the left-hand side. Yeah,
I must admit, that's the first time I've seen any of the owners smiling at Newcastle for a long time, I must admit. Joe Litton gives the ball away to Belieber in the middle. Yeah, ball there with Matoma on the left-hand side. Matoma trying to shape this ball into the back stick, but I think there's too much on it, and it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle.
To be honest, Brighton are still one of our bogey teams, and there's still a lot left in this game, but it's another promising start from Newcastle. It's another first 30 minutes where Newcastle have been on the ball, and it's what comes after that 30 minutes that we usually worry about, isn't it?
Yeah, two sides to Newcastle, 2 45 minuters, isn't there? And I think, like I said, it was confusing what Eddie Howe was doing. I never expected a 4-4-2, and I'm sure Hurstler hasn't either, because, like I say, Brighton are all over the shop with Willock playing alongside Asula up top, playing in that hollow. It's like I said, the shape seems to have gone a little bit to Brighton, and at the minute it's taking everything out of what Brighton do collectively. We've just got to keep. Oh, what are you doing, Pope? He's been let off again, Popey, and he's fallen back off the post to Botman. And that again, this is what I'm saying. Literally from nothing, it's a back pass from Chow. He's kicked it straight at Hinchelwood. It's deflected from him straight at the post, and it's fallen nicely to Botman, who reacted well in the middle of the box to get that clear. I mean, what are you doing? You're giving these all the confidence in the world to get back in this game.
Yeah, let's be honest. When your luck's in, and I think Newcastle's luck might be in, because any other game that ends up in the back of the net. Nick Pope, absolute calamity once again, and it's not the first time we've seen it.
Mitoma there, falling over his own feet with Murphy for company there, backtracking, doing well to be fair, Murphy. And it's a goal kick to Newcastle. But what the hell are we doing to ourselves? That literally was shaping towards goal. I thought it was a goal, all hands up, then.
Yeah, Sam. Nick, well done to Botman as well for getting there ahead.
Yeah, well done. Exactly.
Very lucky boy is Nick Pope.
We are literally hanging on to this 2-0 lead. Like I say, as you mentioned before, mate, we have been our own problem at times. Ball over the top again, trying to get behind with Willock on the spin. J7 just getting beaten to it there. But again, it's Miley who's following Matoma in field. It's come out to Minte on that right-hand side. Dan Byrne faced him up. J7 comes back to support him. J7 tells him to go on the overlap. Ball into the box now. Who's going to get this? Miley gets cleared of it. The ball's over the top. Who's going to react to it? It's just flicked forward by Brighton again. Headed forward. Can Willock get on the end of this? Willock plays it inside to Asula. Asula 1-on-1. Oh, go on. What? Back to Willock. Just handled by Verbruggen there. Could have been 3-0. I love this game at the minute, mate. Anybody can win this one.
Yeah, this is a really good game of football. And it wasn't pretty by Newcastle by any stretch of the imagination, but Willock and Asula looking absolutely brilliant as a partnership up there. Credit to Willock for as well. Both getting together in there. As I said, it wasn't pretty, but it nearly paid off for Newcastle.
Tonali beaten in there, but again, the referee saw a little knock on the back of the heel from Willock. Wow, I didn't expect this, matey, to be fair, but like I say, it could be 3-1. Should be 3-1, I suppose. When you look at it.
Look, the thing is for me, I'm entertained and I'm enjoying it. There's so many games of football of Newcastle I've looked at this season and gone, this is going to be dreadful. And I'll be honest, this was one of them. The start of the day, I was like, you know what? This is going to be a horrendous game of football. We're going to see Brighton snatch it through Danny Welbeck in the 85th minute. And I'm so glad I was wrong. Great game of football so far. Long may it continue.
Yeah, spot on. Absolutely spot on, mate. And again, we're causing so much problems with Karioglu there, trying to get in and behind. And then, obviously, Murphy getting the ball back, running down the line. It looked like he got out for a throw-in. But again, he's running directly at Karioglu, turns him back, and Karioglu takes his legs from him. It's another free kick to Newcastle on this right-hand side. Bruno going to get this ball into the box. Let's get some quality. The ball goes square this time. To ball at the back stick. Can we get there again? How can you miss from there? Another one. Header over the bar. Wow, from Botman. Wow, what is going on here in the 6-yard box? I must admit, It's entertaining. I'm glad we've got the 2 goals because in the minute, my heart is unreal. I mean, how did he miss that? Malik Chow from 4 yards out. It was a great save.
Yeah, it's a nice little flick out of the leg from Verbruggen to save it. And Botman on the angle should do better. Should be 3-0 to Newcastle, that's for certain. And we haven't said that much recently.
No, you're absolutely right, mate. We haven't said it enough this season. Newcastle at the minute are just literally throwing everything at Brighton, and Brighton are really struggling to keep up with Willock and Asula up top. Like I said, playing these 2 lads in a free role to a degree is just stopping Brighton doing anything going forward. 5 attempts on target, 5 attempts at goal, 4 on target from Newcastle. How many times have we said that this year?
Yeah, it's to be honest, it's been a good game. I will say, first 10 minutes I was fearing the worst. But Newcastle in this 4-4-2, it's took a little while to get used to it. Down to 10 men just temporarily for the moment with Joe Willock off. It's a hand injury, just so not too much to worry about there. But we look so much of a better side, and at least we're entertaining people, paying their hard-earned money.
Yeah, that's why I can't fault that. Murphy again trying to get down the line, falls over this time. Referee doesn't give the foul to Newcastle. Belieber plays the ball out to the right-hand side. Can they keep it in Brighton? They can. Ball back with Van Hecker now on the halfway line. Ball into Gross now from Bascagli. Gross comes forward with the ball out to Mitoma, hugging this left-hand side. Again, Murphy drops back into a defensive shape. Gross got the ball again now. Picking the ball up. Mitoma goes and gives him the option. He gets out to Mitoma. Back inside now to Karioglu. Again, Brighton just having the ball 40 yards out, trying to do something. And again, it's Asula asking the questions. Come on, lads, we need to push out. I don't see that very often. And Tonali. Now, again, we've gone very deep and with walls into the box. And again, it's Chow who sees that ball and clears it over his own bar for a corner.
I'd visioned him doing a Virginie there, just volleying it into the corner.
Into the corner of his own net. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But well
again,
defended.
It was, but again, we just never look confident, do we, when we sit on the edge of our own box. 6 players there on the edge of our own box there trying to defend.
Yeah. It's vital for Newcastle to not sit back and hold on 30 minutes in.
Yeah, ball into the box from Grouse. Van Hecker in the air again towards the penalty spot. I think it was Willett gets the ball out again, who does well in that defensive line. Van Hecker trying to get the ball in. Can this fall to a Newcastle shirt? Asula picks the ball up. To Bruno. Out to Murphy now on this right-hand side. Morley goes forward. Morley through the gap. Oh, it's a great chance. Willock. Verbruggen. I think he could have been offside, to be fair. But it was a great ball through from Morley. Great break from Willock through that middle. Asula does really well, to be fair. He pulls out wide, doesn't he, Asula? Draws the defence with him, and it leaves a wide open gap for Willock to exploit on that late run. But like I say, it's a shame because it just was offside when the ball come through. So it's back with Brighton and Gross now on the halfway line. Over the top to try and get Mitoma. It's Karioglu. Ball in now to the inside right position for Mitoma. But that again is picked up with Murphy, who's cleared it down the line for a throw-in to Brighton. Gross picking the ball up. I'm losing my voice, mate. That's how excited I am. Karioglu back with Van Hecker. Again, Newcastle just sitting off. We don't want to be the defensive unit, but we look great on the break, I'll be honest with you. And Bruno there just leaves a little bit on Van Hecker, I think it is.
Yeah. Not a good tackle at all, to be honest.
No.
To be fair, V for Vendetta's made a good point in there. We were talking about it being 4-4-2, saying himself it looks 4-4-1-1 rather than a 4-3-3. Yeah, I completely agree. Everyone is going to say at the end of the game, Newcastle were a 4-3-3, but I generally think this is a change of system. And To be honest, I wasn't we had a change of system with a 4-1-4-1 last weekend, 4-4-1-1 this weekend. Eddie Howe actually changing things up. PAF must have threatened him.
Yeah, do something different.
Yeah.
Gross steps over. But again, it's come back into the box now, and it's a header from Welbeck, but it's over the bar. 36 minutes gone, Newcastle 2, Brighton and Albion 0. Like I say, it's entertaining football, but like I say, something that Newcastle can't switch off just yet. They can't afford to concede before half-time. And like I say, sometimes, for me, it is a 4-4-2. And again, I'm going to say a fluid 4-4-2 because nobody really is sitting in the system. J7 stays out left-hand side, but he comes more inside than he stays out. And it's allowing Dan Burn to come a little bit farther forward to the halfway line to, again, balance the midfield off. So, again, lads have been 2 banks of 4 and allowing freedom for Willock just to go and sit in that hole. And again, I question why we don't do this more often because coaches now on opposition just don't set up against a 4-4-2.
No.
Karioglu there with a deflection off Miley that falls nicely into Pope's hands. So again, it's a good overlap from Karioglu on this left-hand side, which is where they look more likely to get behind Newcastle. So Murphy and Miley have to be on their toes.
Yeah, absolutely. It almost looks like when they've got the ball, we almost drop into a 5 with Murphy going forward. Long ball in behind now. Osula's probably offside, but he's got
He's got to be offside. Osula. Oh!
It's a save.
Again, Verbruggen does well again. The referee hasn't stopped the game, so again, it'll be interesting to see whether that was offside. I didn't get excited there because to me, he looked so offside. It was unreal.
Yeah, he was miles off in my opinion, but we'll see the replay and see for sure because the lino didn't think so.
No, unless he was just waiting to see what happens with the eventuality of the ball going into the back of the net or the goalkeeper saving, which he did. So Verbruggen with the ball now. A great little ball from Toon Army as well. Great flick on from J7. Again, it's just showing the importance of having J7 battling for them balls, especially aerially, if I'm honest with you, because he seems to have the better of both Belieber and Gross in the middle of the park.
Beautiful.
Well done, Bruno again, running through the gap. And he's questioning the referee, who again backs him and throws Mitoma the yellow card this time. Again, Mitoma not having the best of games, mate.
No, he's struggled on that right-hand side, or right-hand side, should we say. But I imagine that's because of Miley and Murphy doubling up on him. Lovely bit of play from Willock and Bruno there to get through. And Brighton don't really seem like they know what to do against her. When it's been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah, Tonali with this free kick goes square to Botman, gets it out of his feet, down to Dan Burn. Again, just looking to get out of his feet and play the ball forward. And I'm not sure who he has. He's just kicked that out of play there, Dan Burn. Out of play. And it's throw into Brighton. I don't know, I don't know, I think he's timed his run to perfection there.
Which makes the finish even worse, by the way.
It does, yeah, absolutely. Trying to shape the ball into the right side, but he looked like a country mile as though he was offside. I think his upper body was offside, if I'm honest with you. If they were going to pull it back, because obviously they're going to look at the armpit as the one that can score a goal. And his armpit, even though his feet looked as though he was in line, I think his upper body was offside. And that's what I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, because to me, he's certainly been Newcastle's player of the match the first half.
He has. He's been absolutely fantastic. Him, Willock and Bruno. And J7 as well, to be honest, standouts. That's a poor pass from Malik Chow there for Miley, and it's out for a Brighton throw.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, Brighton will feed off anything you give them, and that's what I said. We've got to be safe with the ball, haven't we? We've just got to be a little better with the ball in the defensive third, because that's where we seem to be getting, every opportunity teams have against us, we concede. So limit those easy passes, and this should be a comfortable first half. And all I want to see is the same effort in the second half. And I think that is something that's been lacking massively in this season, mate, to be fair. We just seem like two different teams, don't we?
Yeah, the thing that doesn't really sit right for me, and I wanted to wait till the end of the match before saying it, but I'm going to say it now. Why has it took PAF being in the building for us to actually care and actually put in a good performance? It makes me a little sick, to be honest. So I'm not going to talk about it anymore, but because it's been a great first half, but it's really, really disappointing that it's happened today, of all days.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it seems as though they needed something to happen. So, listen, is it more the fact that Eddie Howe has gone back after having this meeting and said, lads, if you want me as your coach, you've got to go out there and play, because what these guys have told me is if I don't get results, I'm gone. So you're playing for your futures, boys.
Either that or if you win this game, I'm sacked.
Yeah, there you go. Botman plays the ball at J7, out to Miley. Miley now again in his own half, plays it at J7. Bruno now, confidence oozing through this team. Ball over the top for Asula. Oh, again, Van Hecker wasn't sure what to do with that ball there. And I think I must admit, from what I've seen, Willock looks as though he's run his legs into the ground a little bit. He wasn't up to pace there with that ball over the top. Asula again looks the lively of the two. But it's interesting to see this formation, buddy, especially when we haven't got the ball. If you look here, it's definitely a 4-4-2 with both Asula and Willock playing high.
Absolutely.
Bruno plays the ball and he loses it. Who's this going to come to? Tonali trying to play the ball out. Veltman picking the ball up. Minte now on the edge of the box. Again, trying to play two nice football, Newcastle. And again, Tonali gets a tap on the ankle from Minte, who looks frustrated, to be fair, mate. Not shown much in this game. Nothing coming down the right-hand side to Minte. And that was where the worry was with him up against Burn.
Yeah, let's be honest. If you're Hurtzler, you're trying to isolate Minte against Burn as much as what you can. J7's not allowed that to happen. The 4-4-2, it's a bit more structured than what we're used to. But, as I say, there's the effort there. The application is there. Every time the ball goes forward, you've got Asula and Willock running beyond. That hasn't happened at Newcastle for a very long time. I would argue since Alexander Isak left the club. So the confidence is clearly there. It's just nice to see the application.
Yeah, you're right. Like I say, I've not seen this, and like I say, I've not been. I'm all on the edge of my seat. It's ridiculous. But usually I'm sat back thinking, "Oh, I can't wait till full time to happen." That is the difference with the application being shown by Newcastle today, and it's a breath of fresh air, I must admit. This ball gets headed by Brighton. Gross picks the ball up again. Can only play it back to safety. Newcastle now literally getting a breather with his 4-4-2 shape. Belieber picking the ball up now centrally. Back to Van Hecker. Van Hecker again in that shadow from the roof of St James's Park. Plays the ball again towards Hinchelwood, which seems to be the out for Brighton. That's what they've tried so often during this first half. And again, the back two of both Botman and Chow have been solid. And like I say, the mistakes have come from us trying to play ourselves out of danger. Tonali now on that left-hand side again, trying to play the ball into Asula. And they just literally, for the first time, it seemed in the first half, got cross wires on where to put that ball there. With both Willock going diagonal to the left and Asula trying to play more central. And it was Tonali who plays the ball into no man's heath.
Yeah, you almost don't mind it, though. You almost don't mind it because you can see there's multiple ideas of how to get forward. I take the risk going forward. I don't mind. Just don't keep passing it backwards. So I'm all right with that.
Yeah, ball playing by Van Hecker down to Minte on that right-hand side. Faced up again by J7 and Burn. Veltman into the box. Matoma up in the air, but again, it's headed clear by Miley. Murphy now picking the ball up, playing the ball down the line, and we've got Asula again on the turn. Beats Belieber. He's running towards the box. Go on, son, on your own. Have a go. Great. I think you've done well, Van Hecker, there to put him off. But you could see Asula's literally out of steam, mate. He was running into that box. He hadn't got anything in there. Look at that step over. He took out. I think that's gross. He completely took out. And then it's Belieber he'd beaten for pace. Van Hecker comes away from that right back right centre-back position to close the angle down. And like I say, he could just see he had nobody to pass to. He didn't want to look back. He didn't want to keep hold of the ball. He just laced it. But unfortunately, it wasn't on target.
Yeah, it looked like Van Hecke got a touch on it. He didn't. That's how bad the shot was. But the lead-up, absolutely brilliant. It's safe to say he's earning his spot in that centre-forward role. As every game goes by, to be honest, when he's starting, he looks a completely different player to what he did at the start of the season. I remember the Leeds game, the 0-0. I remember he played then and I went, I never want to see this kid play centre forward for us again. Now I want to see it next week as well.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that?
Willock. Ball over the top to try and get Welbeck in, but again, there's too much on that one, and it's out for a goal kick. I mean, I don't know why he didn't go for the forward ball there, because, like I say, he plays the ball inside Willock, straight to a yellow shirt. It was again trying to get a breather when you have that mentality to get forward. But again, you look at this shape, mate. Everybody's worked for everybody in this first half.
Yeah, they have, absolutely. Let's be honest. This is a team working for the manager, and there's a smile on the face of the owner. I mean, Jamie Rubin doesn't exactly look happy. He's almost talking to himself there, actually.
Yeah, I think Jamie Rubin's just got a message from Voltamara.
If he doesn't bring me on for the second half, you know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. Ball back with Pope, who again just looking to do something with the ball. Tonali comes into the deep zone, but he goes out towards Dan Burn, who again can only head it out of play. I don't know sometimes why we do that. Belabor now plays the ball back to Van Hecke. Van Hecke plays it inside, and again, it's just easy to play through the lines. Boskagli out to Kadioglu. Matoma back to Kadioglu. Matoma. Boskagli again just playing the ball simple with black and white shirts trying to close the space down. Ball back out to Mitoma on this left-hand side. Murphy comes back to play the ball inside now from Mitoma, but it's Tonali who clears the line back to the halfway line. And again, Verbruggen comes deep to collect that ball again. Getting up to half-time in the last minute. Ball into the box again. It's headed clear by Botman. But again, it's Newcastle sitting deep and all those balls coming back to a yellow shirt of Brighton. But it's all the way back to the halfway line now. And again, it's Boskagli to Van Hecke. Kadioglu on the halfway line. Back to, again, it's going to go all the way back to Verbruggen. So well done to Newcastle again to close the space and again push them further and further back. Boskagli going left to right. Oh, Minte does really well to keep that ball in, to be fair. And again, he gets the ball back. But J7 goes in hard into Minte.
Does fantastically there, Minter, doesn't he? Not
does.
just to keep it in, but just put it through Joe Linton as well. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, we are literally now into whatever's added on from the referee. Ball comes into the box. Is it going to fall to a black and white shirt? Belieber with a shot, but Botman gets his foot to that one. And that is it. It's half-time at St James's Park. And again, he's having a right go at the fourth official here. I don't know what's being said, but he's not happy, Hassler. But again, I think he's more upset of what's happened to that first half because Newcastle in this 4-4-2, 4-4-1-1 shape have absolutely outplayed Brighton, if I'm honest with you. Dodgy first 5 minutes, but once they got the idea of what Brighton were going to offer, it seems, I mean, the three centre-backs here are all questioning what's happening as they go off. So again, it's nice to know that they are concerned about what they've given to Brighton in that second half, even though they're going in 2-0 up, mate.
Yeah, this is the thing. We're looking at this game and we're thinking, oh, you know what, Newcastle are playing really well. But the main thing for me is, once again, Newcastle United are playing on the counter-attack, and once again, Newcastle United are playing well. Howe wants to sit there and think we're not a counter-attacking side. I'll be honest, I'll play counter-attacking football every single game this season if we come out playing like we have today. The application, excellent. You can tell the difference in attitude in the fans. 5 minutes in, Jacob Murphy puts a slide in to block a ball, gets it out for a Brighton throw. No real G up by the crowd there, but when he goes down, gets back up and gets the cross in, the fans are already cheering before Sula gets onto it. I know that's because they're expecting a goal, but you can just see that kind of application. At first it was thinking, we're expecting that, and then they've actually played their way into it and got the fans back into the game, which I don't think they were too much at the start. But Newcastle playing really well, bit more on the counter attack than usual, but as I say, I really like us in this system. My only thing is if we change that front two for Voltemada and Wissa, would it work? I don't think it would.
No, that's true. I mean, what is it about attacking the Gallagher, do you think, that gives Newcastle that impetus? Because usually we like going down the hill second half, don't we? Towards the Gallagher, like I think it's somebody who's just asked in the chat there, what end are we attacking? It's the Leesy's end in the second half. So again, it's about controlling the ball. Is the ball going to run through for you? Well, like I said, for me, Asula has led that line as good as any striker I've seen in the Premier League this season. And again, I've often critiqued Asula of being the yo-yo forward. He's not done that at all in that first half. He's been playing more on the inside right position attacking, if you like. He's led the line beautifully, which has allowed Willock to get involved in that half space. And again, what Willock hasn't done at times is gone and sit on the last man. He's come and played in the half space, and he's drawn the likes of Van Hecker towards him. And what happens then, it creates the space behind to run into. And by doing that, like I said, they've just created so many problems for Brighton. Like I said, 10 minutes, we looked a little bit lost. But after that 10 minutes, mate, we looked excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. The last 30 minutes have been fantastic. And you can see the fans are up for it as well, as I mentioned. To be honest, this is the most positive I think this chat's been in a long time as well. And that just tells you, it's not mindless or negativity. It's reacting to what's in front of you. And that's exactly what we do. So for me, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, you know what, this is good. I'm enjoying this. But I also have in the back of my mind how poor we have been in second halves this season. We said at the start, just a few minutes ago, Willock is starting to lose that energy a little bit. Asula's going to run out of energy a little bit, probably around 65 minutes. Bringing on Voltemada, bringing on Wissa. I don't think it'll work. Maybe he brings on Gordon to try and keep that up. Maybe Gordon for Willock, play a similar way. That would make a lot of sense, actually, thinking about it. So there are options. The bench is really strong. It's just who does he trust to bring in? Because as we mentioned, there might be a divide in that dressing room, but he needs someone to come in and play that role that Willock has. Maybe Ramsey.
Yeah, I agree, mate. I mean, like I say, I had put the storm behind us because, like I say, that to me was the big thing for the background. Can Eddie Howe withstand the storm? Not literally only from his own players, but also from the crowd and all the doubters. And we all doubted it. When we looked at the team that he put out there, it didn't look of an offensive team. The problem is we got blasé the same as I'm sure Hustler's got blasé. He's probably been set up to counteract a 4-3-3 all week. And because Eddie Howe has changed, he's dropped to a 4-4-1-1, 4-4-2, whichever way you want to be. And that has really scuppered Brighton's attack. They haven't really done anything down the right-hand side. I mean, Minte's been out of the game. You think of Wyfer going off has probably helped us a little bit. Kadioglu and Mitoma seem to be the one they're out. And at the minute, if you like, I'm just looking at SofaScore. I know you like to look at SofaScore. Kadioglu is the worst player on the field of play with 5.8. And like I say, I think he's had a half-decent game, if I'm honest with you, because he has caused some trouble down the left-hand side with Mitoma. Interesting to see Dan Burn on a 7.6, Bruno on a 7.2 for Tonali, Botman on a 7.6, Murphy on a 7.3. And like I say, the big lad up top, 7.8 goes to Asula. And like I say, I cannot say enough, and I can't give this lad enough credit, if I'm honest with you, because to me, he has been the difference to the two sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Asula's movement has been absolutely fantastic. And what I will say about Brighton is there is a lot of movement there from some players, but Minte hasn't moved too much off the ball. Pascal Gross is, 34, 35. Welbeck, about the same. They haven't got the best movement in around that. And I think, I mentioned Minte and Gross there. Joe Linton is the one that's nullifying Minte alongside Dan Burn. And his ability to just get forwards and backwards, is really causing those players a lot of problems because they can't get back. So for me, I'm looking at it and this has been a little bit of a masterstroke. Whether it was intentional or not, I don't know. But Joe Linton definitely looks like, for me, it's a 4-4-2. Joe Linton on the left mid, Murphy right mid, and Willock up there with Asula. It's not what anyone expected. It's not what anyone else has planned for. And Newcastle looking really, really good because of it. Just something in there. I've said for a very, very long time, I think we should cut and run on Asula and sell our losses. I'm starting to change my mind, and I'm starting to think he's the one that we should keep. Are you in a similar thought process? Because I think he suits us so much, and he is a bit of dynamite, isn't he? He's chaos, and you can't teach chaos.
Yeah, Captain Caveman comes to mind. I don't know whether you remember Captain Caveman, the cartoon. For me, like I said, he plays on the unpredictable. And when you haven't got a player with the skill set, you're literally, all you've got is brawn. And that's what he plays with. Now, he's a different player when he gets man-marked, I must admit. And that's what I said. When you get isolated, you see a lot of these international European top forwards that are able to move the line away. We saw it where we played Barcelona, if you like, where you've got Lewandowski, who just comes and plays in the midfield. You've got Dan Burn, who'll just literally follow you and follow you and follow you. And that just opens up a cavern behind you. That's Asula today. What Asula's done today, he's gone from that centre, when Willock has dropped into the half space, he's been more the centre pin. And because he's got Bascagli alongside him and he's following him all over the park, he's pulled him to the left side or the right-hand side if you look at our defensive play. And he's dummied him 2 or 3 times now. Now, what's happening is Bascagli hasn't got the pace to go man-to-man and go tight. So he's giving him 5 yards. But he still hasn't got the mentality within them 5 yards to still keep up with the lad. So what I like about Asula, he's allowed the ball to keep the momentum. He hasn't tried to control it because that's not his game. He's allowed the pace of the ball to run on, and he has just allowed his pure brawn and pace to get beyond Boscagli and obviously then create those opportunities. As daft as it seems, he could have had 3 in this first half. Newcastle should have had 5 in this first half. If you were to put the chances on the table, it could have been 5-2 the first half. That's entertaining football. That's, as you quite rightly say, us as fans, that's all we ask for. Just go out there and try. Go out there and entertain. That's what we pay good money for, to come and watch. And I know, we often say, I don't mind if they pass the ball back and we defend and we get 1-0s. But trust me, when you watch this game, for those of you that have got the opportunity to watch this, I know it's not being televised. We're getting ours viewed from America. It is amazing football, and that is all you ask for. Just 11 players willing to go out there and give it their all. And like I said, for me, it's a shame that he ran out of speed and brawn, if you like, towards the end, where he had that chance of going one-on-one with Verbruggen. But like I said, you could just see the legs had gone out of him. He'd worked so hard in 45 minutes that in the 48th minute, he just couldn't run anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, it's impressive the running, because we haven't seen it in a while. We got maybe a little too used to seeing this kind of application over previous seasons, and we haven't seen it in a while. Now we're seeing it again, and we're thinking, "Wow, where's this been? This is absolutely fantastic." And you're even seeing players who, like the likes of Murphy, the likes of Willock, who, let's say, 24 hours ago, I think most Newcastle fans would be sitting there and saying, "Yeah, they can't be in this team." Both of them have proven that they have put in good games and they should be in this team today, at least. I don't want to see them too much next season, but given the application that players have given this season, and if we're only going to win games this season by outworking teams, I'd play this 11 for the next 3 games, well, the remaining games after this. And when I first saw it, I never thought I'd say that.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of, I suppose, things that we need to be aware of. We can't just sit back now and say 2-0's a win, because we know when you take the pace out of the game, we look a little bit at 6s and 7s ourselves defensively. We could have given 2 goals away in that first half quite easily from poor mistakes. We have got to keep an eye on Inchelwood. He seems to be the one running from deep that sometimes has been that spare part, if you like, that we just haven't switched on to. He's the one for me that you have to be aware of. But the question I want to give you, Michael, even if you don't mind, I'm just going to go and get a drink. Does this show what Eddie Howe can do with only 1 game a week, and obviously with the lads in training?
Yeah,
on that, I'm going to leave you because I'm going to go and get a drink because I am dry.
I'll repeat my answer when you get back, don't worry. Yeah, to be honest, I think for me, it does show what Howe can do on the training pitch with 1 game a week. But what I would add is, I don't think we're a club that at the moment that can that is in the position to focus on a manager who can only run with 1 game a week. Because you can't have 1 season out of Europe do brilliantly and then have 1 season in Europe where you're once again quite poor. But it is really, really good to see that these players are working for him. And clearly he's seen something in training with the likes of Willock, etc. And they are putting in the work effort. They are putting in good performances. And it's been a long, long time since we've seen that. Viverenda makes a great point, to be fair, about the 2 of the games coming up. West Ham and Forest won't play this way. They'll try and deny space. Brighton actually try and play expansive football. They are going to try and play a low block. Maybe less so West Ham, because I feel like they'll feel like they need to win the game. That'll be one that they feel like they need to go and attack. Forest, I completely agree with. I think but it should be all right. I think realistically, this 11 as a 4-4-2, I genuinely think it's going to work even against lesser teams. Because we're in such poor form at the moment that I don't think teams will be scared enough to put a low block against us, which is mental, because I'm technically saying the only reason it'll do well is because we've been so poor, which very counterproductive, to be honest. Just some more around the scores on the doors as the players are coming back out. Does not look like there's any changes in there, so same 11 looks like it's coming out for Newcastle United. Brentford stay 1-0 up against West Ham, and Sunderland still lead Wolves, but Dan Ballard has been sent off for a little bit of a hair pull. I don't really like that, the idea of that being a red card, but it's Sunderland, so who cares? The lads are back out, focusing on Dan Burn and Nick Pope at the moment. One got the goal, one it was a little bit of a calamity. But we'll see. The players are out. Everyone seems in a good mind. Obviously, we know what Eddie Howe's team talks have been like in the past and the impact that they've had. But we'll see how it goes, and we are about to kick off once again. Pascal Gross for Brighton kicking us off, and just waiting for Asula to get into position. The referee's whistle blows, and we are off once again. It's gone all the way back to Verbruggen, who sends it long. One in the air by Malik Chow, up towards Willock, who's lost out to Belieber. Ball from Hinshelwood all the way back to Van Hecker, but it puts him under a little bit of pressure. Brighton launch it long. Chow does well to deal with it, but the midfield aren't close enough. Will Welbeck has it on the edge of the box. Sends it out wide to the right, but again, the passing isn't very good by Brighton whatsoever. It's kicked off the hand of Joe Linton, and it is a free kick for Brighton. Let's see that a little bit again. The arm is out, to be fair, so it is a free kick. No cards there. It's not an intentional handball, but a free kick in a dangerous position for Brighton. Looks like it's going to be Pascal Gross to take. And after me just criticising how he's been in this first half, it would surprise you if this guy's back of the net. But let's see how it goes.
Sorry about that.
No worries, buddy. Free kick to Brighton here now. Just going to be kicked in quite heavily, actually. It's cleared
it's flat,
by...
wasn't it?
Yeah. Cleared at the back post by Miley. Crossed back in, but Dan Burn deals with it. But Brighton are just going to recycle this attack.
Oh, congratulations to everybody in the first half. Just said to the missus, I couldn't find my brew nail, but I found it now. So it's a bit of a mistake from Newcastle. It's nice to celebrate with you guys. And like I say, I just want to say cheers and thank you all for your continued support for the channel. And if
Much
you can,
appreciated.
just keep clicking that like button. And if you haven't already, subscribe. We're a great channel that bring honesty to Newcastle supporters. So, like I say, give us the thumbs up if you enjoy the content. Dan Burn now picking the ball up for the throw-in. Goes long down the line again, looking for Asula to get behind Van Hecker. And he gets to the ball. Asula gets into the box. Oh, I thought he was going to beat Van Hecker for the second there, but Van Hecker gets a big leg on it and gets it clear. But it's Botman who gets the ball forward again. The ball's fallen to Malik Chow. He kicks it out to Murphy on that right-hand side. Murphy, with his back to goal, plays the ball inside. Oh, it's lovely. A nice little return from Willock. Bruno into the box. Oh! Was there a back pass from Van Hecker? And I'll tell you something now, Verbruggen was brilliant with that ball. Yeah, I mean, Verbruggen was so confident with that ball. He chests it down and clears it because he thought it was going to be deemed as a back pass. But that's beautiful play from Willock to get Bruno involved. Great ball into the box. Van Hecker delivers the ball back to the keeper. And again, all he's doing, he's blocking the ball, getting through to Willasula, to be fair. But Verbruggen does absolutely so well to control that and clear the ball, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, very unorthodox. Let's be honest, he probably could have just caught it and it wouldn't have been given. But
yeah, he could have just collected that, couldn't he?
Yeah, it's good to see a goalkeeper not taking the risk.
Yeah, it's still a Newcastle 2, Brighton 0 at St James's Park. And again, Asula looking to capitalise on what's going on in front of him. And like I say, for me, playing off the shoulder again is exactly where he needed to be. Excellent first half for me. Like I say, seems to be continuing the vein. And Newcastle, again, continuing the shape by the looks of it, from what I can see as well. So Tonali is the man sitting, and it's allowing Bruno to go and get onto the shoulder of Belieber, which seems to be isolating him. Just having a look at Anthony Gordon having a bit of a chat to his mate Trippier. So it'd be interesting to see what them two are talking about in the subs bench.
Are you off to Bayern Munich, or is that just me?
Yeah, you coming with me? Ball out of play there from Botman's tackle, and it's a throw into Brighton.
Nice, to be honest, a bit of a slower pace to the second half. You would have thought Brighton would have been trying to up the pace and try and get onto Newcastle, but not really seeing too much from them.
No, but again, even if I was Hurtler from what I saw at the first half, as much as Brighton didn't offer a lot, they were still opportunities to get 2 goals. from our own mistakes. So maybe it's a case of, keep trying, keep getting into the areas and keep doing what you're doing in the first half because you were nearly gifted 2 goals. So, like I said, why do you need to change when you've already nearly been gifted 2 goals? And that's what I said. I think the difference with us is we don't see a reaction from when we go down. And we never seem to have that ability to change. And that's why I said it's refreshing to see this today, where you've got a response from the change. And I think that will give Eddie Howe also confidence, because when he's done that in the past, we've still been on the end of poor results, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. But Brighton in particular are a team that really seem to, outwork us, and it's not happening today.
No, again, it's a Brighton throw-in halfway in the Newcastle half. And again, Newcastle going with a solid shape. And it's Willock pushing Van Hecker back to Verbruggen. Belieber, again, just working little triangles in their own half, Brighton. Ball fired in towards Hinchelwood there. Mitauma's come more central. Development back to Belieber. Gets it out of his feet, and there's a ball over to that left-hand side now. Just to try and get the ball into the box now. Newcastle with Gross, and there's a handball.
What a save.
Oh, I tell you something now, that was handball, surely. You know what? If Mitauma, I tell you something now, Mitauma's got to be
follow up. To be honest,
no. He knew it was handball. To be fair, but you got to be careful. He done well, Popey as well, because Popey reacted well. He didn't know it was going to be a handball.
Yeah, I'm just trying to watch Mitoma. I don't actually think after it hits his hand, he follows in on it, but I don't think he actually tries to kick the ball away from Pope. So I think it might have been one of those bit of a good, decent sportsmanship, I'm going to say. But what a save from Nick Pope on the line.
Well, do you think it was sportsmanship or I'm on a yellow card?
Oh, that as well, yeah. Yeah, there is a good chance of that then, to be honest. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but you might be right.
I mean, like I say, it's 1-1, by the way, to Wolves and the Mackhams.
Come on.
So they've pulled a goal back. Yeah, exactly. That's
Brentford
great news.
Brentford have got a second against West Ham as well.
Yeah, Brentford are flying at the minute, aren't they? They're doing really well. Brighton were flying, before today, mate. They've won. Well, they haven't lost in 6, have they?
Nah. That's what I mean. Going into this game, it was the out-of-form team against the in-form team. And how many times do you actually see this happen, to be fair?
Yeah, exactly. Can I just clarify with you, 53 minutes?
Yes, 53 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, you're just in front of me then, so I'm going to refresh, buddy, if you can carry on.
Yeah, no worries. The ball's got out of play after Yankuba Minte has pretty much ran the ball out of play. But it's a decent opportunity for Brighton to get down on that left-hand side, but it just hasn't really worked for him. Newcastle with the ball, Nick Pope out for a goal kick. Again, the tempo of this second half so far been very, very slow, but Newcastle will take it. Pope sends it long. Yeah.
And again, it's Van Hecker getting on the end of that ball. It has fallen nicely to Mitoma, though. Faced off by Malik Chow. On the edge of the box, he gets a shot in, but Malik Chow gets the block, and the ball has gone past the halfway line for Newcastle there to get their shape back. Ball again with Minte down that left-hand side. Ball into the box. But it's going to come through to Dan Burn, but doesn't. And again, it's just conceding the throw there, Dan Burn. Looks like Minte and Mitoma have changed spaces. There's a chance here to get into the box, but it's blocked by Botman.
Hinchelwood
there again into the space. Dan Burn had switched off big style and didn't really follow his man. Look, Dan Burn's turned his back on Hinchelwood. The ball just thrown into him. What are you doing there, Dan Burn?
Yeah, that's really poor. J7 marking 2 players on the edge of the box. I can understand why he's wanting to keep an eye on that, but when you've got a man just behind you and it's so easy just to throw it to them, you can't be doing that. Corner for Brighton.
Ball again coming into the box from Minte. On the edge of the box. Oh! Hinchelwood there with a free header over the bar. Should have hit the target, mate.
Yeah, has to do better. Lewis Miley tries to push him away. To be honest, it's not good defending at all. Hinchelwood stands his ground, gets the header in, and yeah, as you say, he should do better, but he didn't.
No, I mean, again, it was poor defending from Miley. If I'm honest with you, more considering the player than the ball. And he should be just concentrating on getting the ball clear there, in my eyes. I'm not sure about yourself.
I completely agree.
Ball through. Again, long from Pope.
Wrong ball.
Again, it's won by Bruno through the middle. And it's now Asula getting into the box. Oh! Can he come through to Murphy? Can he keep it in play? He can. Murphy. Willock inside. Willock now getting the ball out of his feet. Tonali behind him. Tonali into the box. To the edge of the 6-yard box. Willock! Oh! Lashed at it. And the ball's over the bar. Have I gone behind you again, mate?
Yeah, you have, I'm afraid. But for me, it's a wrong ball by Asula. Hits it high. Willock's already offside. Just needs to be a little bit smarter in those kind of positions. But try to send it in quickly, and that's what you want to see. The only thing for me, it was high. It was at the head. You're going to play a ball like that, you want it to drop kindly onto the volley at his feet, in my opinion.
I agree, mate. It's not really the way to go, is it, that way? If you had the option, there was a better option in front of him. Gross. It's a drop ball to Brighton by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Ball being dropped. And again, Hustler's on the sideline. He's still not happy with what he's seeing. He's still having a conversation with the fourth official. I don't know. Something's gone on there, I think. Ball from Matoma, again, fired out to the right-hand side. Matoma playing more of a central. Well back on the diagonal, but again, well shepherded by Malik Chow there for the goal kick to Newcastle. Not done anything in the first half, Welbeck, if I'm honest with you. He's not really showed anything. Is that because of the two centre-halves in front of him? Or behind him, I should say?
Yeah, I think it's part and parcel of that, but it's also part and parcel of the central midfielders getting back. Tonali dropping deep, not allowing any space to go into him. When Welbeck's coming deep, he's not getting away from a player. He's actually just getting closer to another one. We're not leaving much space in between the lines at all, and that's restricted Danny Welbeck. What Brighton need is more from the likes of Pascal Gross, and I will say Hinchelwood as well, to sort of create the space. Oh!
On the diagonal, trying to get hold of Minte, who gets it first time over the bar. You're never really going to get that one unless it's going to be a worldie if that one goes in, mate.
Yeah, that would have been goal of the season, let's be honest. Baliba takes it on his chest, volleys it forward. Minte, I mean, to be honest, Miley and Pope, and both, none of them know what's going on.
No man's land. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Minte gets on the end of it, tries to hit it towards goal first time, but as you say, would have to be goal of the season to get it in from there.
Ball again goes long from Pope, looking for J7. J7 goes through the back of Van Hecker, to be fair, and it's don't get involved, J7.
Always has to try and ruin it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, Veltman, it's a free kick. Just let him get on with it. Ball now. Gross down to Minte on that left-hand side now. Again, trying to get the ball into the box early. Ball has bounced through, and it's going to be Welbeck gets the challenge on Botman there. So Botman gets the foul.
We'll say as well, the mental thing is, I'm looking at the table right now, and while we're 2 points behind Sunderland, so let me get this straight, this is no way a positive thing. We're 3 points off Chelsea in 9th, and I've got a bad feeling people are going to start saying we can make Europe again.
Yeah, will. You can guarantee it. We are closer to Europe than we are relegation, because obviously if the result stays as it is, that's it. We're done. We've only got to look forward, mate, because the pressure looking behind has gone. Minte, again, with Miley in chase, but again, he's got too much on that, Minte. It's not been his game today against his former club, to be fair.
Yeah, he hasn't been great, but usually, to be honest, against us, he does tend to have a decent game.
He does.
But today just hasn't seemed to fall for him. But he is still looking busy. He's looking busier than most players on the pitch. So even though it's not going well, at least, I mean, for us, I'd be saying at least he's trying.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I say, he's often puffed on the left-hand side against Dan Burn and J7. He's got no change out of them. Hurstler's tried to change it up a little bit and play Matoma a little bit more central to get something off because obviously J7 and Dan Burn really are marking nothing at the minute. And that's what he's trying to overload the midfield a little bit more with Mitoma. And at the minute, Newcastle are struggling with that midfield because of them two bodies now being more congested in there. And everything, they're trying to fire one out, to Minte to try and get Miley going. And again, it's been more of Minte's poor form, if I'm honest with you, than Miley's good form.
Yeah, we've been really poor in the second half, and it's through, and it's 2-1. Danny
go.
Welbeck and Hinchelwood combine. Great move.
We
from
stood
Brighton,
still there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Newcastle stand still. It's been coming from, to be honest, they've been the better side without doing too much. Lovely bit of play, good pushing forward. Welbeck with a little one-touch pass into Hinchelwood, into the box. But again, Newcastle just launching it, and then not enough movement, not enough physicality to actually try and change that. From what we saw in the first half to this, night and day.
Yeah, but again, it's throwing that extra body in that midfield. I've just been saying it, mate. With Matoma in there now, it's who's marking who. Because you've got two players all of a sudden on you. You're not marking a player. And now you've got the likes of, like you say, it's lovely little football from Brighton, to be fair. Nice one-touch football between, I think it was Belieber who started it all off. And he ends up at Hinchelwood, who's got Malik Chow just beyond Malik Chow. Because again, because they've overloaded the bodies in the midfield, who do you pick up? Poor from Newcastle, if I'm honest with you. And again, are we not reacting to what they've done and allowed them this chance in the 62nd minute to get back in this game? And it's what the next 5 minutes show us, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Hopefully this is just a wake-up call and the players actually start putting forward, because the work ethic had declined massively in the last 10-15 minutes. But it had been coming, and how many times have we said, Hinchelwood's in a dangerous position? Murphy does well here on the right-hand side. Whips
gets Matoma, balls into the box, but it's too close to Verbruggen, who picks that one up. And again, J7 leaving a little bit there on the Brighton player. But again, Brighton are the one who looks lively, if I'm honest with you. Karioglu down to Minte on that left-hand side, faced up with with Miley, plays the ball into the box, but that's far too comfortable for Pope. And again, it's Welbeck and Gross, I think it was, on the edge of the box that could have and should have had the ball. Tonali playing the ball into Dan Burn. Dan Burn on the angle. Again, Willick's touch was behind him, allowed Belieber to get the ball back. And again, it's Van Hecker now bringing the ball forward. Ball now on the right-hand side with Veltman. Veltman brings the ball back to Van Hecker. Matoma just on the inside of Van Hecker if he wants to give it to him.
So easy.
Trying to play the ball inside again to Hinchelwood, who got himself in some space. He's the one that you've got to be careful of. And it's like I say, it was Gross, I beg your pardon. It was Gross who would move forward from that defensive unit and it created that space on the inside left position. It looks like we've got Wissa and Gordon coming on. I can just see being called back there from Newcastle. Again, reaction rather than proaction, if I'm honest with you, mate.
Yeah, I completely agree, although I do think Gordon is the right way to go. I said at half-time, and I know a lot of people in the chat said screw Gordon, but I think he is needed if you're going to play that pressing style, continue, or at least just try and play with two up top. But Brighton are causing all the problems at the moment for Newcastle.
Yeah, it seems as if it's all Brighton at the minute, mate. We are literally sitting in the 6-yard box waiting for the ball into the box, and it's like I say, come on, we'll do you, you do me. Oh, Hall is coming on. Now this is a change.
It's Barnes, not Gordon. Oof.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes and Hall. Yeah. Ball again into the box because he's looped up in the air, and Pope climbs that one under a bit of pressure from Brighton, but he should have been his all day, to be fair.
Yeah, well held still.
Again, just Pope now just waiting to get the game underway again, and throws it out to Malik Chow on that right-hand side. Malik Chow dinks the ball into the centre towards J7. J7 does a nice little bit of skill there. Gives the ball into Bruno. Bruno trying to get the ball into Murphy. And again, it doesn't really get in beyond Karioglu there. Miley now with the ball over the top to try and get Murphy, who's got Karioglu. Again, ball and Murphy in front of him. Murphy's getting... he's all over Murphy. It's got to be a free kick. Linesman, you can't hold the player down like you just did there.
Yeah.
And Welbeck
done, Murphy.
runs all... Yeah, well done, Murphy, indeed. Takes the pressure off Newcastle.
Yeah, absolutely. Takes the pressure off. Because the game's slowing down a lot in the second half. And Newcastle haven't really been able to play with the same intensity. But we need to learn how to hold on to games and, have the other team play at our pace rather than playing at their own. Because Brentford have had... Not Brentford, I keep calling them Brentford. Brighton have had all of the ball pretty much. Same as the first half, but they didn't do much to us in the first. And they look like the next team that are likely to score in the second.
It looks you're going to wait for the substitutions before... until after this free kick. Again, don't want to change too much. Bruno to take this kick on the right-hand side. Again, in a dangerous position, this.
Absolutely.
Bruno now plays the ball into the box. The ball on the edge of the 6-yard box. It's going to fall to Murphy. Kept himself available. Ball again into the box, but that's nowhere near good enough, to be fair. And it's straight out of play for the goal kick. And maybe he's done it tactically to get these substitutions on board.
Give a bit of time, yeah. So it's going to be, looks like Murphy coming off for Barnes, by the looks of it. Asula coming off for Wissa and Lewis Hall. Oh, Willock's coming off as well.
Yeah.
So we're going 5 at the back by the looks of it. And from what I can see.
Willock.
I'm going off the Twitter notification rather than what I can see on the screen right here. But it's Willock, Murphy and Asula off and Hall, Barnes and Wissa on. So we'll see how that impacts the way things are. Yes.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting one to see where Wissa goes now. Because like I say, it looks like he's going to be isolated a little bit unless... they play J7 a little bit further forward. Keep the same shape, but just play J7 as that front man, or even Harvey Barnes. Yeah, there you go. Harvey Barnes has played up alongside Whistle, and Whistle's playing on the inside left with Harvey Barnes on the inside right position. So it looks a very much similar thing. There's a change, and there's a chance here to try and get the ball behind from Bruno. But again, it's given away to J7 to Brighton. No, J7 plays the ball into Tonali. Hall gets his first touch. J7, Tonali on this left-hand side, giving it down the line, and it's out of play for the Brighton throw-in. Very poor, if I'm honest with you.
That's terrible from Tonali, that.
Yeah, very
That's
poor.
Absolutely dreadful.
All he's got to do is play the ball down the line, hasn't he? And it's just easy to play the ball out with a bit of pressure from Mitoma. Diagonal from Koskagli, but that's going to be straight through to Pope. And now Pope has played the ball early to Miley now down that right-hand side. Miley with the ball over the top. Try and get Harvey Barnes with the first touch. But again, not brilliant from Harvey Barnes. And Karioglu gets that ball back from Verbruggen. Great ball from Miley, to be fair.
Yeah, and it was nearly a perfect touch from Harvey Barnes. It just sort of rolls off the top of his foot, unfortunately. But again, Newcastle with that long ball, we do seem to be causing... some issues for Brighton, but not enough. Nowhere near enough.
Yeah, again, Miley lost the ball in the flight there. Ball into the box. And it's Dan Byrne there to cover. And it's like you say, they have gone 5 at the back by the looks of it. I thought Miley was going to come on. Sorry, not Miley. Hall was going to come on and play a little bit further forward. But it does look like we've gone flat 5 at the back, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? And just pulling something up from, I don't like to talk about XG, but first half for Newcastle expected goals 2.14, second half 0.12. 2 shots and forced goalkeeper and no saves. So I think that says everything, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And again, Kadioglu with the ball. Pascal Gross into the box. The back stick. Oh! Van Hecker. Oh, he was right towards it with a stretch, Van Hecker. But both Welbeck and Van Hecker, the ball beats the two of them, and it remains 2-1 at St James's Park.
Yeah, but for how long? Brighton returning the screws now, and it looks like Newcastle are ready to break. Because I'll be honest, Wills, Van Hecker and Welbeck could have put the ball in the back of the net there. Still got 20 minutes left to go. If anyone's going to score, it's going to be Brighton.
Goal kick. It's nervous times at St James's Park. Popey with again goes long. Looking again to try and get towards Wissa. Ball gets headed. Can J7 get this one?
Again.
Yeah, J7 again follow with three yellow shirts around him. Mitoma. Oh, Wissa get on the end of that. Oh, I'm going to say that didn't look like it was going to get through to Verbruggen there. Oh, Bruno gets a light smack on the shin there from Van Hecker.
Slows the game down, puts Newcastle back into pressure. But it does have to be said, Newcastle are going to need moments like this just to ease the game out in the next 20 minutes. Because, as I said, I mean, he's bought it, to be honest, in my opinion, Bruno. There's a little bit of contact, but not too much. Certainly enough to go down in the Premier League. But Newcastle definitely need to be better in these kind of positions. And who knows, holding on to this might be something a little bit different for Newcastle. Maybe a reward for the new structure and not dropping points from winning positions.
Yeah, that's exactly where we need to be. It's that mentality shift, isn't it? You know, about being in the lead and not conceding and getting that lead taken off you.
Yeah.
Bruno with the ball again, dinked in to that right-hand side. It's headed forward, Malik Chow. Malik Chow now heads the ball again. Just dinks the ball back towards the penalty spot. Van Hecker heads it clear. Hall heads it back into the box. Dan Burn can't get it. It's deflected towards J7 now with the ball. Hall into the box to the back stick. But Verbruggen gets up that one and takes off the head of Chow.
Kind of expect a bit of a better delivery there, if I'm completely honest. It's a bit easy for the goalkeeper to get to that.
Yeah, too floaty, wasn't it? That was the problem. It needed to be put in with a bit of pace, if I'm honest with you.
Absolutely.
Verbruggen picks the ball up on the halfway line for Brighton. Again, looking to go on this right-hand side. Gross now seems to have come more to this right-hand side again, trying to create something through the middle. Goes back to Van Hecker. Belieber now out to Mitoma. Kadioglu with Mitoma and Minte on that left-hand side. Kadioglu again picking the ball up from Minte. Back to Minte. Again being faced off by Miley. Comes on the inside. Stopped with Barnes. Back to Kadioglu. Comes inside to Van Hecker. Got a bit of space and a bit of time here to go right-hand side to Gross. Gross now picking this ball up. Faced off with Lewis Hall. Comes onto his right foot. Lewis Hall gets something onto it. Dan Burn now gets the header clearance. And it's going to be a throw-in to Brighton. Again, it's we need to be playing a bit 10 yards forward for me, if I'm honest with you. We've gone with this setup now. It's like I say, just allowing Brighton to come at us with waves of pressure. Ball again into the box. Can this come back to a Newcastle player? It can't. Gross picks the ball up again, plays the ball back into the box now, but it's come back to Belieber. And again, it's all the way back to Van Hecker. Again, Newcastle just dropping deeper and deeper on the edge of the 18-yard box. Out with Minte, who can't keep control of it. And it's, again,
got away with it.
The game that he's had in this game, to be fair, Minte.
My thing is for Newcastle, I completely agree we should be 10 yards further forward. But for me, the person responsible for that has to be Harvey Barnes. He has to be closer to Johan Wissa. Because Wissa's up there and there's no one within 15 yards. And that's the difference between Willock and Asula and Wissa and Barnes right now.
Yeah, but again, with this 5 at the back shift, I think what you've got is the forward in midfield. Harvey Barnes now coming into that right side of the midfield where Murphy was. Again, what are we expecting from Wissa? Hall with a header clearance. Can J7 get this under control? He plays it inside to Tonali. Tonali now trying to open up a bit of space. in front of him, but that's only Van Hecke's
Well
ball.
done.
But he gives it back to Van Hecke, though. And again, there's a bit of a coming together with Van Hecke and Tonali. It's all getting a bit crazy, if I'm honest with you. And it's a Newcastle throw-in.
Credit to Tonali, though. His tenacity is what wins that throw for Newcastle. Gets the ball forward, tries to push us forward, and being tenacious in the tackle and hassling Van Hecke is the way that we got the ball back. And let's see what we can do with it.
Yeah, Graham Jones there talking to Eddie Howe about what he's seen on the field of play.
Oh, and we've just gave it straight back to Brighton.
Yeah, well, it's a Brighton throw in the same place now.
Yeah.
It's crazy enough. Just waiting for the ball to come back in play.
Not a lot of movement from either side, really.
No, it is Van Hecke now under the press. Veltman getting fouled. You can't take it from there, lad. Van Hecke now plays the ball square. Kadioglu. Again, it's Brighton down that left-hand side. Again, just trying to get behind Miley, but Chow sees the problem. Oh, it's a poor ball from Chow, though. Plays the ball back to Gross. Kadioglu. Minte. Comes inside his time. Back to Gross. Back to Minte. Ball into the box now, but Pope's got that one. Again, Welbeck, again, not having a lot to work off, if I'm honest with you, Welbeck in the middle.
No, he's not, but he's still got an assist to his name, and that just tells you how dangerous he is. He's got to his feet once in a good position, and he's managed to make something out of it. But I think for me, I'm looking at it, and I don't know if it's us not keeping the ball well, but it's kind of what it feels like. It just feels like we're trying to launch it forward to pacey attackers that aren't there. For me, Newcastle have just got to get the ball. I'm not saying get it into the corners, but just hold on to the ball, keep possession, and ease this game out. Otherwise, there's only one goal in this, and it's going to Brighton.
Yeah, I agree. Like I say, we've not been brilliant trying to see out games, if I'm honest with you. They haven't got the confidence to keep hold of the ball, and there's so many bodies in the back line. Every time the ball comes up to Wissa, if it comes at him at head height, it's only going to go back to a yellow shirt, and that's no good to anybody. There's just going to be wave after wave of pressure. Ball, again, trying to get into, and it's Harvey Barnes and Bruno picking the ball up, and again, Bruno goes down, and he's going to win a free kick there. I wouldn't say it was a free kick, mate.
No, he's done very well to buy it there, but as I said, Newcastle need to be smarter. We need to be more controlled. That's a part of it, so I'm not too fussed about that. But teams do it to us all the time, don't they? It's nice to see us giving it back.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like I say, he gets a bit of a touch from Kadioglu, but it wasn't massive. But again, Pope looks as though he's going to send everybody forward. And now it looks like there's 3 changes for Brighton coming on now.
Yeah, 3. Looks like a pretty expensive subs as well. Looking at Jorginho Ruta there in particular. But some real talent coming on for Brighton for these last 10 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they make any difference at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this now. We've gone so deep in that don't concede a goals mentality that there's yellow shirts to aim at. But he's took his time, Koscioglu, and he's lost the chance there. Gross picks the ball up, Koscioglu back inside. And again, it's Guimaraes. He's picked the ball up in the final third, but all he's done there is kicked the ball out for a goal kick.
Yeah, he's tried to be smart, and he's tried to kick it against the defender. The defender's moved out the way. And Newcastle should be trying to keep the ball at St James's Park. 10 minutes to go. Instead, once again, just masters of our own downfall.
Yeah, Veltman is that must be horrible as a sub being subbed. I must admit, Veltman's off the field of play.
Looks like it's going to be Carlos Baliba, Danny Welbeck, and Veltman coming off for Karolmalos Kostulas, Jorginho Ruta, and Maxim de Kuiper. Why is it I messed up the easiest name there?
Well, Belieber, Veltman and Welbeck off the field of play, as you said. And like you say, the ones coming on, Kostulis, De Kuiper and Ruta coming on. Obviously, I don't always have that, so you might just hear me say Brighton players got the ball. I won't know if I'm honest with you who's got the ball. Ball goes long again, looking for Minte, who tried to run in behind, but it's headed clear by Malik Chow, and it's a throw into Brighton just inside the Newcastle half. Brighton again picking the ball up with Gross. De Kuiper picking the ball up. Again, plays the ball to Van Hecker. Again, just playing the ball down the line to try and get in and behind. Van Hecker again. Into Boscagli. Back to... all the way back to Verbruggen.
Both
ball
teams
goes
just hitting
long
it
again,
long now,
looking
aren't
for
they?
Ruta. Yeah, I'm going to say, Ruta with his first touch in the air, really, and doesn't get anything on that, and it's offside. So it's Newcastle free kick. The dark arts are appearing.
Update elsewhere. Brentford have gone 3-0 up against West Ham. And Wolves are still level with Sunderland.
Oof. That's going to be interesting if that continues.
Sunderland with 10 men as well, so it looks like Wolves are in the ascendancy.
Love it. Again, Newcastle struggling to keep hold of the ball, which has been criminal this second half, if I'm honest with you. Possession has just been all a yellow shirt. Karioglu again getting really unpressed from Hall. Hall throws quickly to Wissa. Wissa now in the box. Wissa again trying to get to the back stick, and he's trying to find Harvey Barnes there, but it's to nobody in particular. I think... I'll tell you something now. Miley there runs from nowhere to keep hold of that ball and keep it in play. He's done absolutely excellently to get a throw in high up the field of play there, Michael.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen him do it either. He's done it for a couple of goals this season. And last as well. He's really good at that sort of mentality of, right, I'm going to keep the ball in. And it's what Newcastle needs, just a bit of control. Want to have the ball.
Yeah, ball. Botman clears it this time with his head inside to Tonali. Tonali trying to get down the line, but again, it's just straight to a yellow shirt. Ruta now trying to get the ball forward and Kostulis in, but Hall sees the danger, plays it back to Pope. Popey getting the ball out of his feet, slips. Oh my God, it has come through to Malik Chow though. Chow plays the ball on the left-hand side to, or the right-hand side I should say, to Miley. And what he's doing there again, Popey, going to floor. He gets it out of his feet, but then slips. Oh, it's shocking.
It's horrendous,
Absolutely
isn't it?
shocking.
It's the second time in this game that realistically he should have cost us. He's unpunished because it hits against the Brighton player and goes through him. But once again, Nick Pope causing Newcastle problems. Again,
causing our own problems here, Newcastle, and Tonali eventually gets the ball out of play with a header for a corner to Brighton. Again, it seems as though it's our own inability to keep the ball, mate, that creates problems for us, doesn't it?
Yeah, literally in pre-season, all I would have them doing is drills. I'd be finding the fittest South Koreans. I know we're not going to South Korea this time, but I can't remember where we're going. Spain, is it? I'd be finding the fittest 11 you possibly can in Spain, and I'd just be focusing on playing out from the back.
A goal kick this time to Newcastle, off Mitoma.
Yeah.
Again, good pressing from Tonali.
Yeah, he's done well, Sandro. The ball was coming in behind. And just did well to shade the ball.
Who got the yellow card there?
It looks like Sandro did. I'm not sure why.
But the ball,
delaying the restart.
Delaying the restart, was it? Okay.
So he sees the ball
just
out
throws
there.
The ball. Oh, he throws the ball away. Look.
Oh, how we
throws the ball away. To be fair, that is. I mean, like I say, it puts a bit of pressure on him. Bruno again does well to get the deflection off the ball. The ball nearly comes to Wissa, but again it's Kostulis for Brighton. Ruta looks more like J7 Ruta in a yellow shirt.
Let's hope he doesn't play as physically as he is.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
Mintay now has come over
week.
to this right-hand side. Again, faced up by Dan Byrne and Louis Saul. Ball into the box eventually. He's fallen to Gross. They're all climbing a handball. Fired it again by Kostoulis. I mean, I don't know how or where that come in. He just come out of nowhere. Everybody stood still for a bit. But Kostoulis, the ball fell for him. It's from Bruno. Bruno tries to control it. The ball falls down. You know what? The ball is by the side. The hand is by the side, Malik Chow. Malik Chow looks at the referee, and he stops play. Have you noticed that? Yeah. When the ball comes from Grous's shot, Malik Chow just looks at the referee to say, what are you giving there? And I'll tell you something now. With a Kostoulis overhead kick there, nearly caused Newcastle no end of problems.
Yeah, it's an absolutely brilliant overhead kick, it must be said. Catches it too well. It's a bit too straight. But that just shows you the difference overall between the Champions League and the Premier League. Champions League, that's a yellow card and a penalty for the opposition. I think players don't know what a handball is anymore.
No, that's right. Yeah, Malik Chow certainly stopped there. Ball into the box from the corner, headed back towards Pope, who keeps and collects this one just above his bar. And again, it's getting it forward. Dan Byrne now gets the ball. Louis Saul in front of him. Louis Saul on the halfway line. Again, looking for options. And again, he's crowded out. Dan Byrne lets the ball run. And it's come straight back to a yellow shirt. What is going on with keeping hold of this bloody ball? Van Hecker drives the ball forward. Inside again to Ruta. Wister this time he's going to get a yellow card for leaving a little bit on Van Hecker as he run past there.
Yeah, you expected that, didn't you, as soon as you saw it. It comes in. Credit to him, he's trying to press, but he's late. Worthy of a yellow card. No argument there.
Yeah, he's well late, to be fair. Again, Newcastle. Donk!
Is Lewis Dunk about to go centre forward?
Hinchelwood coming in as a centre forward, do you think?
Yeah.
For Hinchelwood. Dunk. Some target man. Yeah, there you go. Dunk is up front now. Can you believe this? I mean, this is something you don't see very often. The old-fashioned centre half going up front for a target man.
Yeah, they've got Ruta, Kostoulis. I think they took Welbeck off, didn't they? And Dunk up front as a 3 right now.
Grouse puts the ball into the box. Headed clear by Miley. Can Tonali pick this up and control the ball? He can. He's got 2 yellow shirts around him now. Can only give it to a yellow shirt. Ruta now picking the ball up, running directly into the box. Goes down the left-hand side. It's going to be... Mintay's put it over the bar from 4 yards. How can you miss that one? Wow.
Yeah, that's a thank you to from his old club right there. Let's be honest, he's done us a big favour there. Might have tore us apart in games gone past, but he's had a rotter today. But he's put it over the bar from point blank range. Should be 2-2. Wow.
I can't believe that. I really can't. Because he's the one that's come and haunted us a number of times in the past, dude.
Yeah, let's be honest, Minty normally has great games against us. As I say, this one hasn't been up there. You can see the talent that he's got. I don't even know. He's missed a sit down. He's gone straight over. Hurtzeller's talking to him. To be honest, he'll be saying, "Don't let it get in your head. Gotta get yourself a goal, and you'll forget about it." But honestly, that's the worst miss of the game, and there's been a couple of really big ones.
Wissa now gets the ball off the chest, and again he's got the chance to have a run into the corner. Come on, just
hold on to it.
Play it into the corner a little bit. Ball goes clear. Miley tries to head forward, but again fall into a blue shirt with Gross. Just puts it the ball. Tonali now trying to find Bruno, but it's fallen back with Ruta now. Plays it in to Kadioglu. Kadioglu trying to thread the ball through to Kostoulis. And again, Hall running forward with the ball. Here we go, Louis Hall going forward. He's got Wissa on the inside. Wissa! Oh no! Wissa the missing again! Over the bar! What the heck, lad?
He's done it again. Oh, that should have been it for Newcastle. Great from Lewis Hall. Gets beyond his man. Wissa's offside, and then he gets back on. Brilliant ball played through. Just has to keep it low. Wissa, the misser, hits again. And by hits, I mean some child in row Z. Terrible. But, Ramsey.
What can you do with this lad again? You know, again, we've been asking the question. Lewis Hall does exceptionally well. We're into 5 minutes of added time. Looks like we're going to have some more changes for Newcastle. Bruno's off. He's done well to do 90 minutes, to be fair. Again, a little bit of energy. We've got to carry on with his 5 minutes. But again, that should have been game over, mate, shouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And there was Voltamata was ready as well, by the way. So they've just decided to bring on Ramsey instead. For me, this is crying out for Anthony Gordon, to be honest, on the counter attack. We just saw there how it was pretty easy to get down and behind them, and I thought Gordon would have been great at that, but Ramsey coming on will give us a bit more control, I think.
Fingers crossed. J7 now getting the ball, plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes, who, to be fair, hasn't done anything since his introduction into this game. Tries to go down the line, but he's taken out massively there by Verbruggen. Van Hecker, I should say. And again, that's going to be a yellow card, I would imagine. Yes, there you go. They've gone very open, Brighton, if I'm honest with you now, with our back line. Yeah.
Both teams very open, as I say. It's a bit more like the first half, this last 5 minutes. Chances being created in Newcastle. This will suit Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle now, trying to keep hold of that ball. Tonali now. Bruno's been substituted, so it's Tonali. I can see Dan Burn getting higher up the field of play. Ramsey's in the box. Bruno gets hold of this one. It goes out to J7. Tries to find Barnes now. Harvey Barnes, he's back to goal. Again, going backwards. Inside to Tonali. Back out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes in the corner. Again, keep hold of the ball. Black and white. Back with Miley. Miley now, again, faced off with two yellow shirts. Going backwards. Plays the ball back to Malik Chow. Chow on just inside the Brighton half. Gives the ball away, though, and here we go. Mitoma now running halfway. Plays the ball forward. Oh, it's a good job. That wasn't very well placed. It's given back to Tonali from J7. J7's had a great game for me. Barnes now on that right-hand side. Whistle in the box. You've got Ramsey coming close to Barnes. Ramsey now on the corner of the box. Back to Barnes. Barnes turns his back to goal. Again, keep hold of the ball. Control. Ramsey dinks two. Gives it to Tonali. Keeps hold of the ball, Tonali. Go into the corner. That's the way, son. Again, he's jumped all over with Ruta. He's just fired the ball out for the goal kick, though. Again, I think he was looking for a free kick there.
Yeah,
Tonali.
Absolutely. Yeah, he absolutely was. Newcastle, at the end, they're not very good, but overall, very good at keeping a hold of the ball. Wissa will be screaming for it to go back to him because of the miss he had, but realistically, Newcastle just need to keep it in the corners and stop Brighton from having another chance.
Yeah, ball again goes to Tonali. J7 now plays it round the back of Van Hecker. Well J7's got the bit between his teeth. J7! Oh! Just past the far post. What the heck? You could have squared it, as well. Look at this. Yeah. Barnes, clear. Oh, my God. Newcastle, man, I'll tell you something now. This is... God, just squared it, lad. Harvey Barnes is there. That's it. That's a corner kick, actually. It's a good save.
It's a great save, yeah. Gets a touch on it. If Brighton going to score here now, though, it's Newcastle have had two great chances to finish the game off. Haven't taken them. 1 minute left.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes now picks up that ball from the clearance. Tonali sees Miley's run. Miley now on the run. All the Brighton players are in front. He's just got to go to the corner. Comes inside now to Ramsey. Ramsey's got the chance now to run into the corner. He has. Give it back to Miley. He has done. Miley now picking this ball up. Newcastle just seeing these last 30 seconds out of full time. All the way back to Malik Chow. Keep it going back if you need to. Dan Burn now picks this ball up. Lewis Hall.
Knackered.
Yeah, he goes up the line towards Wissa. Van Hecker now with Wissa on his back. Wissa tries to get around the back. Wissa now. Come on! Oh, what are you doing? Gives it back to Barnes. Barnes with another chance. Yeah! Harvey Barnes! What the heck have we just watched? Oh my God! Roller coaster ride. Whistle, I thought, had given it away. He rolls it back to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes had got Verbruggen on the offensive. He takes it round him. He's got two Brighton players behind the ball. And he smashes it into the open net. There you go. Oh, what can I say to be a Newcastle fan? Oh, my God.
And he looks like he's about to cry on the touchline, by the way. Looked up at the owners there, and it looked like there was tears in his eyes. But Newcastle have finally picked up a win after this barren run of form. Brilliant first half, and they've managed to hold on for the second. 3-1 Newcastle. Whew, and breathe.
Oh, my God, mate, I'll tell you something now. You know what? The talk about composure there from Harvey Barnes. He drags it onto his left foot. And again, you think of Harvey Barnes, not a left-footed player, but by Christ, he took that away well.
Brilliant finish. And the crowd erupts into a chant of Barnes will tear you apart again. And it's, to be honest, he's been in a pretty bad run as well. He's put the effort in, not really had the quality in there. And that's massive. That is absolutely massive for Newcastle.
3-1 at St James's Park, and we are literally, that should be it now, to be fair. There you go.
That is
Whoa!
it.
Newcastle 3, Brighton Hove Albion 1. Eddie Howe looks a relieved man, I must admit. It's been a difficult second half, I'll tell you now. That watch there, I mean, at the end of the day, listen, you've got to give it to him. You know, the lads, he made a change. Newcastle in the first half looked a different opponent, looked a dangerous animal, looked a wounded animal. But the second half, we looked like we're the same old. And I must admit, that was a difficult watch, Michael.
It was. Second half was an absolutely atrocious watch. First half, enjoyed it. First half, I was enjoying the game. Second half was really, really poor. But at the end of the day, we've pulled the cat out the bag. We've got 3 points. Don't you know, pump it up. The Mags are staying up.
Great stay.
And that's about as positive as you're going to get me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was incredible. I must admit that I was totally Asula on centre circle when we were defending a corner. First time since Howe arrived, says the mighty win. Yeah, I mean, there's been lots of differences, I must admit, during that game that we hadn't seen from Eddie Howe's Newcastle, if I'm honest with you. Lots of changes. Prosaic, again, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Sorry, mate, you've just put it on. There you go. And that's gone to Untlu. There you go, mate. Thank you for so much. You're now a member. You've got all access at the back. Thank you so much again for Prosaic for giving us the membership. And like I say, if you can do Prosaic the honour of staying and continue your membership once it's elapsed, that'll be great. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that have stayed with us, thank you so much. It has been a fantastic result, if I'm honest with you. Second half performance just wasn't there. Finishes 1-1 in the second half. But you know what? It's a win.
Yeah.
And that's all Eddie Howe can do. It's results that get you into that European potential spot. Is it still on? Well, let's wait and see. But you know what? Just keep taking the points. Relegation's gone. It's about moving forward now. Viva Vendetta, he's saying, let's sack out at the end of the season because, like I say, the second half performance, team of two halves came out again, mate. And it's something that we continually see. Last thoughts, Michael.
Yeah, look, for me, Newcastle, all that matters now is avoiding the embarrassment of finishing below Sunderland. It's not a positive, but it's one less negative. And they've took a step to do that today. They've gained 2 points on the local rivals. We've stayed up by the looks of things. It's obviously not official, but it requires Spurs to win all of their remaining 4 games. We nearly bottled it. We didn't. First half, if we could see that again, I would quite like to see it. But all that matters is the 3 points are in the bag, and we're up to 45.
Yeah, and 13th place as we speak. So we dropped to 15th last night because Leeds winning. We now climb above them again on 45. 2 points behind Sunderland, who are 12th. And still a lot to play for. Andrew Bell is in just before we leave. We celebrated 24 months of membership.
Wow.
The least convincing win I've ever seen. I think the least convincing win I've ever seen. I think that went to say.
Yeah.
Like I say, Andy, thank you so much, buddy. Don't forget, Chris and the lads will be continuing the show. So stick with us. Phone in. Have your say. What was your thoughts on the final score? I'm hoping everybody is as knackered as I am, because trust me, I am exhausted. It's been a roller coaster game of 90 minutes. I was up the first half. I was certainly down the second half. It was one of those games where you just wanted the final whistle to come and come quick, because like you said, it seemed as though the result was going to go against us rather than for us. But in the end, we got there. Just a Geordie celebrates 5 months of membership. Let's take it as a positive, lads. Thank you so much, Just a Geordie. And that's all you can do. But until we see you again, thank you so much for your constant support. And like I say, Chris will be coming on. You may be redirected if you stay here to him doing the post-match analysis. There's lots to talk about still. And I'll see you on Monday at 8 o'clock. But until then, it's a goodbye from Michael.
Yeah. I'll see you at 7.
He'll see you at 7. I'll see you at 8. Come and join me. But thanks for your support, as always. Take care, and we're the lads.